Hello and welcome to the APAC North Group stages. You are with the most unlikely of duos. Some have called it one of the duos of all time. Myself, Manic, joins, Demo, which I never thought I would ever say. I feel as though we are on two opposite ends of the spectrum in Siege, a host, a caster, but we get to mingle a little bit here for APAC North. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good. Also on two ends of the world as well. You know, there's also that quite a big distance between both of us as well, Manic. But look, we're here. We're ready to go. Obviously, APAC North is what we've got in store. This league has already seen its fair share of upsets, and I wonder if we'll see more today.
I have a feeling that APAC North is going to continue to deliver. There's been a lot of question marks around the viability of some of the teams kind of coming out of stage one, but obviously stage two has kind of brought somewhat of a different beast. Now, granted, group stages, best of ones, there's always an interesting conversation to be had about how the flow of these leagues start to kind of kick in as we get closer to playoffs. But one thing kind of sticks out to me, which is CAG's rebound after a pretty, I don't want to say abysmal stage one, but after reload, I thought for sure they were going to come in and knock heads. They did just that last week, beating B&K FEARX, not in a close affair. No, it was a 7-3 victory. It's actually quite close at the moment, Demo, which I think is quite nice to see for APAC North, considering sometimes this can be a very top-heavy region.
It is. And obviously, I think for FEARX, the expectations was they were going to come in and just top the league because you look at the players that they have, they really made that kind of super team out of all of the Korean legends that we look at inside of obviously Korea last year. You look at KAG and you kind of thought, obviously there's been outside things that have happened for that team over the past few months.
Yep.
And you kind of think, would that play an effect on it? They've obviously had to get a new player in. And it just looks as though that is slotted in beautifully. Of course, it is a coach coming into a player role, and usually that makes it a lot easier because the guy knows what he's doing, because he knows the team, he knows the strategies. So, yeah, overall for KAG, fair play to them. The fact that they've been able to bring in their coach as the player and still perform at a top level.
Yeah, Diddy, man, has delivered. I saw a little bit of the match last night. I didn't get to watch the whole thing, but it's incredible to see that they've been able to stay on their own 2 feet, which unfortunately their opponent tonight, maybe not so much. A little bit shaky. Look, they haven't had awful performances coming into stage 2, but stage 1, you felt like PSG Talon was going to have a little bit more. That's the third matchup of the day. Of course, Interforce, DPlus, they are not our curtain raiser, but our second act, and finishing off the round note of Kinotrope and Mere Gaming. Now, the producer said to me as I came on in, I'm a last-minute sub, just in case anyone was at all curious. I am not meant to be here. I am but a host, a mere host. But speaking of mere, they honestly haven't been doing too bad in stage 2. There was a lot of discussion around them in stage 1. It felt like they really missed the mark, but potentially they could kind of find their own footing here and step into a new limelight, which B&K FEARX have left wide open. SCARZ and B&K are our curtain raiser, and that is a matchup that notoriously would be considered probably 2 titans in the region. SCARZ, formerly the dominant roster in APAC North, especially in the Japan domestic leagues. They went, I think, 5 leagues in a row, crowning themselves champion, going to event after event, and boy, did they struggle when they got there. What's your take on them so far, Demo?
SCARZ is a tough one to place because, yes, you've mentioned they've always been used to being that #1 team coming out of Japan. Now that we've obviously merged the leagues with Korea and Japan, they haven't had the same kind of run. If you look at, obviously, how they performed in our last stage, certainly you could see that drop off. They only placed 6th in the entire league. So you look at it from that perspective and you kind of think, yeah, obviously in group stages, getting used to those BO1s against some of these Korean sides is what they struggled on. Best of threes is obviously different because we've seen them do quite well inside of the playoffs, but you have to do well inside of your BO1s if you want to get the playoffs. And look, I'm not saying that, SCARZ are in the danger zone and they have to be worried right now that they're not going to make it into the top 6. I still think they do that because, you know, they're a strong enough team to get them by. They're sitting currently in 4th, but this is obviously going to be a big challenge for them. You think about FEARX, this Korean side that obviously they've had to get used to. And I think that's the main thing for SCARZ, is getting used to playing against teams that they would only really maybe scrim or see international tournaments.
And look, to be fair, B&K FEARX have really made a bit of a statement this year, a bit of a ruckus. Unfortunately, not really performing at EWC anywhere near to the likes that they would have expected, or honestly, the rest of APAC would have expected. They are a roster right now that look so fundamentally dangerous. They kickstarted this stage with a very convincing 7-1 victory over Kinotrope. And look, some people might put Kinotrope in the bottom 2, but I'm telling you right now, they're a roster that can take any team on their day, and FEARX went 7-1 against them. Really clean cut. It's really only the blemish of the CAG game last match day, but look, they've managed to polish things off as we head to Lair against SCARZ. For me, I think that this is two regions battling it out once again. It's Japan, it's Korea. It is the rosters that realistically could be at the top end of their region combined into one, and now we get to see how this will unfold. It's an interesting play day here as we mark the, some call it hump day in the middle of the week. This is, I'm going to say it, it's hump play day here for APAC North. We're into play day 4, and this is the opportunity for both of these teams to kind of rebound off what may be considered a bit of a slow start for both of them, but nonetheless, I think I'm probably in favor of the social prediction. Maybe not 90-10 demo, but I still lean toward FEARX.
Yeah, I think you have to give FEARX the benefit of the doubt, just because they are a prestigious team, I think, inside of this region. Obviously, going to Lair, I think it's a big risk here for SCARZ. This is actually quite a high preference map from FEARX. It's a map that they don't necessarily ban. I think the last time that we've seen them ban it was actually up against FaZe Clan. And, you know, that's FaZe at the end of the day. You know, it's one of them. Yeah, big risk here from SCARZ, taking it obviously to a map that FEARX want to play. They rarely ban this map out, so yeah, I hope SCARZ have got something ready, because they also have to start on the attack, which is pretty unforgiving if you don't know what you're doing in this map.
Yeah, it does. Look, Lair is a very interesting map to go to for a BO1 across all of Asia in the first stage. I feel like I rarely, if ever, saw this trade at BO3. The fact they're seeing this in play, the fact they're not keeping that one pocketed, it's an interesting one. But we get underway nonetheless. Bans, look, I don't think there's too much to talk about. Maybe if you want to dive into it, Demo, feel free to. But, you know, wall denial, shields. Maybe the wall denial is a bit interesting, but the shields are just... Attackers need to locate. I'm so sick of seeing shield bans.
I'm actually surprised that it's not Blackbeard who's actually bit the bullet. I think Blackbeard is... Obviously, he's had changes where he's not as aggressive now whenever it comes to obviously swinging in through windows, and also just throwing his nades in general, because he now has to expose himself whenever he does that. But I still just think the nades are so strong, especially on quite a heavy utility map like Lair. You think about the extensions that we see that maybe goes over towards Mez, in towards tables, and then over towards the storage side of things, especially storage. Storage is an area where you will usually see a smoke sit and play, and it's really only the shields who will be able to clear him out of that position. This room right here that we're seeing, nades are going to be perfect for that. You know, you can nade a corner, force him out of it, get the kill. Leaving that Blackbeard up, I think, is going to be quite a risk, but it does depend if SCARZ are going to bring that or not. And at the moment, they're going to go with an Aurora pick for their kind of wild card approach.
I do back SCARZ to cook. APAC North is a region for me that I look at, and whenever I see something like an unexpected map pick, I don't think that it's by mistake. It is, look, Asia and Osh, you can probably say, hey, maybe someone's trying to play with God there, but both of these teams fully comfortable, especially when it comes to the cross-regional rivalry between Korea and Japan. Something that's been well documented over the years for both of these teams now. As we said earlier, making a mark is kind of important. Midway through the stage, and both of them have a lot to prove, and especially at the back of stage 1, things got very interesting.
I can see the vision right now here from SCARZ. They're going to basically use the Aurora over towards Peyton, which you can see right now. They're going to block off that main door that leads into site and then try and blitz in towards Bathroom as best as they can, knowing that they can no longer get flanked from that single doorway. So it's going to be a full top med. As we can see right here from FEARX, they're not going to give up lightly. You've still got an Azami, you've got the Warden playing over there. We see the kills start to trade out. He is going to take one before he gets straight out by Gator. Good boy! Somehow threads a needle before again the trade comes in, but still they go back and forth. The trade game for both these teams are so strong right now.
Oh, Fishlike doesn't expect him on the ground. No, not like that. Not the prone on 1 HP from Coded. Oh, that sucks for Fishlike. What an explosive round to kickstart Lair here. I think that might just set the tone. We're sure in a 1 versus 3. Look, you've got a minute to play with, but by God, you just have way too much to do, way too much to check. He's going to need to force some of these 1v1s, especially early on. To be fair, BNK FEARX right now, they are in positions that you could isolate one fight, but the crossfires are just going to be way too uncomfortable. And even just taking your opening fight, good luck at this point. We're sure he might just creep around the corner here. Does he expect Mephi to potentially peek? No, it is safe as houses for now. BNK FEARX well and truly bunkered in with 20 seconds to go.
Gonna take his time, and there it is, Rin. Clean headshot. Yeah, honestly, the trade game there from FEARX was what won them that round. Whenever they lost somebody, they had to go and almost say, right, if we lost one, we'll go and get 2 in return. And they were able to do that. I will say that I think SCARZ made that attack a little bit too predictable. As soon as you see that Aurora go down over towards the arc side and you block down that door, you know straight away that they're going to want to try and go in towards Bathroom. And then that's where FEARX started rotating everyone. One thing I do wonder, if SCARZ maybe had like somebody backstabbing in from the other side of the map, I wonder what that could have reached. Because really, FEARX rotated everyone out of the storage side, in towards Bathroom, wanted to fight. Nobody was guarding the back. So I think potential backstab there could have been good.
I think that's a fundamental point you bring up there, which is like that BNK FEARX are ready to fight there. It did feel a little rushed from SCARZ, all things considered. We weren't even a minute 40 into the round before the first body hit the floor. And it's like, well, at that point, like, do we think that it's going to be beneficial to continue to double down? Your very first player that jumps in the window is instantly dropped. And from there, you're just fighting an uphill battle. So I think at the moment, BNK FEARX, that's definitely the kind of card that you want to play early on. Get aggressive, get in the face of SCARZ. Don't allow them in the building, especially in a power position when you've got top stairs control. You know, you're forcing SCARZ into not an unwinnable battle, but you're forcing them into a trade game where there's way too many choke points, there's not enough open play, and the crossfires can't be established early on. So, I mean, that flank you're talking about, even from a SCARZ perspective, that could have unraveled things if they had just been a little bit more patient. So, wait and see whether that comes back to bite SCARZ as a potential flaw in their own game plan. But now, BNK FEARX, that's a very comfortable start and one that they will want to run away with.
So into our basement defense, and looks as though it's going to be more or less a full turtle from FEARX. Look at the operators that they have. You've got the smoke, you've got the Chanka, so plenty of denial in terms of stopping that plant going down. SCARZ appear to be going for a traditional take where you're going to try and go upstairs, use the vertical operator in the form of Ram. Plenty of vertical pressure you can apply. Essentially, one of the whole bomb sites, this one right here, you just cover everything from above. They've also brought in their Aurora. Now, typically for your vert takes, it's always the players who are maybe inside of connector, maybe over towards the lab side of things. Those players can still challenge on if you want to try and walk into the bomb site. Even if there is vertical pressure, you can still, contest that. If you have the Aurora, you can block off those angles from happening. So, yeah, I like the approach here from SCARZ. I like their lineup. I think this is pretty fundamental at its best, but actually Maffey's in the hot seat. He's being held right now from the boiler window, and he's going to go for it. Oh, brilliant play from Good Boy. Blocks off the window to get Meffy out of there. 10 out of 10.
Critical as well, as SCARZ have lost 2 minutes. They've only got a minute left, and with no bodies to show for it, they now have to get a little bit more in the face. They have to try and unravel a little bit of BNK FEARX's hold, which I mean, fundamentally, yes, you've got vertical control, but that Tachanka's just going to burn so much time, and Fishlight can't do anything. You can't beat that. You cannot try to force your way through this rotation. And now, B&K FEARX, look, they can sit back and feel pretty comfortable. Fishlight, god damn. That's the last thing you want to be doing as the Blackbeard, down to literally 2 HP at this point. Rex trying to find something on the other side, but it's the footholds for Coded that opens things up, and now it is going to absolutely collapse. Ayagator manages to find one, a lovely shot from Good Boy, all things considered. He re-aggresses, and Washoy doesn't expect him so close on his left. Choppy and Ayagator is all that remains, but I tell you what, this is clinical from FEARX so far, and that is the statement that they are making in the first 2 rounds.
Yes, that's why they're considered a top team in this region. They actually have a lot of respect, even just internationally as well. I think a lot of the regions actually look at FEARX and think they're actually a team that you have to look at and think, yeah, they are very, very strong. It's not just the same old kind of, oh, it's only APAC. No, I don't think that applies to FEARX. I think they're such a top team. There's a few things I want to point out. Do you see what the Tachanka was doing that whole time with the Blackbeard? He was mollying off the mirror window so it couldn't get punched. So they were stopping him from taking away that info, because that's what mirror is. At its fundamental, it is an info operator. You can see your opponents where they can't see you. And stopping that Blackbeard from running up and hitting that, it just delays that round even more so. And it makes SCARZ sweat. The backstab was attempted this time. Of course, this time whenever they go for the backstab, there's a guy waiting. You know, it's classic. Last round, they could have went for backstabs as much as they wanted. This time, nope, they try it. The one guy's there. But yeah, again, I just feel for FEARX. They're reading into the attack so well from SCARZ. It's obvious the way SCARZ are attacking. They know exactly what they're going to do. And FEARX have played the game. They know how to defend against that. So yeah, credit to them. Now, we move into our mid-floor rub, and this is a really weird one. FEARX reinforcing hatches. Now, typically for this bomb site, yes, we will see teams go upstairs and they will try and hold vertically, which is what they're doing right now. But reinforcing the hatches is surprising. Usually hatches are opened up where if defenders upstairs need to drop off, they have a way out. If the attackers try to rush site, it allows the defenders to get back into site to contest that. But reinforcing them off, it's gonna cost 2 things. It's kind of like a double-edged sword. Yes, you're not gonna be able to escape, and it's gonna be quite tough to obviously challenge onto the site if you need to. But it also stops the attackers from getting into the bomb site via the hatches, which does happen. There's a few times, maybe 30 seconds left, the attackers have only just taken upstairs, and then they have an easy way into the bomb site to go for a plant, and that is going to be down through the hatches. So it's not a common strategy. It's certainly uncommon, but again, if they know that SCARZ are maybe a team that takes their time on clearing players upstairs, then it could be quite strong. Very good.
Oh, Demo, that's very good for B&K FEARX, but it's absolutely horrible for SCARZ. They have no secondary hard breach. They have 1 more charge left, and that's going to open direct into Coded, who, I tell you what, if he gets that there, I'm almost ready to just say that's round done. I don't know how they managed to find their way in. With those vertical hatches as well, completely reinforced, the job for B&K FEARX becomes a little bit easier. They can now try to isolate some of these fights. Does he just go straight in? It looks like Washoy's going to try to get this plan, but it's a pre-fire from Coded. No red ping required. It's impossible at this point, Demo.
Yeah, I mean, Coded, you're quite right with the question mark. The Thermite has just solo ran in the breach and tried to plant.
Oh, I tell you what. Yeah, that would have been all good and well. Maybe if Ayagator and Rek bring back a 2 versus 5, but Rek now in a 1 versus 3 has to stick this plant. The only chance he has of winning this, and Rin will be able to lock him into position. A little bit of a pre-fire from up above forces Rek back off. And now he's just going to go deep. He knows that he is in nothing but trouble. There's 3 players watching his position. I mean, you know, don't stick a fork in it necessarily. He could still do something absolutely outrageous. But, okay, don't give him the chance now. Please don't. Thank you, Woogie Man. Rek gets a little bit unlucky trying to cross, but it is all safe as houses for B&K FEARX that, once again, these are very convincing rounds to me, Demo.
Yeah, that is such a what are you doing SCARZ round. Yeah. Really don't know what the Thermite's doing. I mean, they've taken no control of the map upstairs. He's just tried to just smoke himself and plant. There's a guy right beside him who can blatantly hear that diffuser going down. Like, they're so close to one another, and he's attempted it anyway.
Just the question mark gets me every time. Especially in APAC North, where you feel like everything's above board and respectful. A little bit unfortunate for SCARZ. Like, I don't mind the idea, but it did not feel like there was anywhere near enough preparations made to try and go for an early plant like that. It just felt like SCARZ threw something at the wall, hoping it would stick. And when you've got Coded holding half wall that close, you're going to hear every little lick of noise, everything that could potentially go wrong. That's just the perfect concoction, the perfect storm for BNK FEARX. As we now head to a fourth round, I'm praying that we can see something from SCARZ. It's not that they're not adapting. We saw speed, we saw aggression in the first round, we saw a little bit more of a reducted hold, maybe a little bit too late in the second round, and that round just went back to, I mean, to me, that was very identical to what we saw in round one. So I'm hoping for something just a little different from SCARZ here. Just throw a little bit more control, a little bit more methodicalness on this attack, and clear bit by bit rather than feeling like it's just one all or nothing play.
Well, they are going to be attacking more or less the same setup here from FEARX. You can see FEARX are a team which are not going to shy away from taking those early fights. You look at where Mephi is, over towards top Mez, holding in towards tables. Obviously, as the Azami can make that portable cover. Very similar to kind of how we see Azami play in other maps, like Cafe, for example, but Piano. If there is, places you can place those keeper barriers down to annoy and also give yourself a bit of fortification, then yeah, be a strong pick and a strong position for them to play. And then you also have got that Jaeger holding on towards main stairs too, and yeah, plenty of ADSs there to burn up the util. We did see a Capitao feature the last time from SCARZ, but that has since been switched out, and instead we see a Sense come in. So immediately if I'm seeing the Sense, I'm thinking, okay, this is going to be used to try and smoke off top Mez, and then try and get the wall open via the Ace, because obviously that'll block the line of sight to stop the Selma charge from being shot off the wall. So I think SCARZ are just going to try and focus on getting the wall open, and then see where they go from there.
Now, Demo, I'm a bit of a simple man. I see kills, I call kills. That's how it works for me. I see utility, I call utility. If you ask me to break down much more than that, you're going to be in a bit of trouble. But one thing that has been really obvious has been SCAR's lack of firepower. Rec with 3 kills. They all came in last round as BNK FEARX overextended. We need to see more out of the individuals from SCARZ right now. They need to be getting into positions where they can find trades. And just like that, they are going to collapse, and they're going to do it quick. Can they cap at least one Woogie Falls? But that's all they get for that. And with a minute left on the clock, SCARZ do have a lot of control right now.
Yeah, you can see they use that Sense top Mez to get them in and get that wall open. I actually like the pickup here from Ayaget. You're using the shotgun on Deimos whenever you know that you're pushing up in towards main stairs, and it will be a shotgun operator that you will come in contact with. I think that's a nice little bit of counterplay as well. What's the best thing against a shotgun? Oh, you bring your own shotgun. This position right here from Mephi, though, this could be quite a tricky one to deal with if they don't have the nade operator in position. They need to get with Shoy over there, but he's currently stuck inside a bathroom, so they need to start rotating operators who still have got that little bit of util to deal with Mephi right now.
30 seconds left as well. That's when things start to get a little dire. Good boy maybe got a little overzealous trying to clean Rec up and loses his life for it. Well, at least for now, he is down. Whether that is confirmed or not, that's really dangerous. Rin nearly gets caught out as well. And just like that, SCARZ are back in control. Nice quick trades. Code is the last to remain, but with only 10 seconds. Now, SCARZ, this is where you start to feel the pressure. Beautiful C4 over the top, and it catches Fish, but Washoy plays it perfectly, up close and personal with the shotgun, and that finally finds a SCARZ round.
I had no idea it was also the sledge with a shotgun, so 2 of them bringing in shotguns just to contest. The defenders with the shotguns, it's not often you see that, but I like it. I think there is certainly method behind the madness there. Yeah, you can see that the SCARZ are a lot better in terms of how they were doing that. Things that they were doing, there was a purpose behind it. Bringing in that Sense alongside the players, pushing in towards main stairs. You're having that double pinch in towards Mez. The player in bathroom did his job just to try and cut off the rotations and stop them from really moving around that side of the map in towards bathroom, in towards art. So I think they had the players in the right position, and then they used the util at the right time. So Yeah, fundamentally a much better round there from SCARZ. They adapted well. FEARX, I mean, they didn't change what they were doing, which, I mean, for FEARX, why would they? You know, it worked out so well the first time for them. But we'll have to see how SCARZ move in, because now they have to try and go in through the basement. And this was a round which just, it started well, and then it petered out into nothing.
Yeah, they did. Look, to be fair, SCARZ did get a lot of control in that first minute and a half, but then they stalled out with Mephi on stairs, and from there, it just got a lot worse. The Tachanka, obviously, you know, kind of holding a power position. As you were mentioning earlier on with the mirror, I do like to see that B&K FEARX have swapped things up yet again. They're keeping SCARZ on their toes. They're not trying to double down on things that might have been a little closer. A little bit less comfortable in that capacity. But what I will say, very interesting to see. Opening kills right now have 100% been the conversion for the round. Now, obviously, that's not how it works. There's a lot more that goes into it. But every time a team has won the opening pick, they have gone on to convert the round. So the importance of these early rounds cannot be overstated.
Well, a bit more of an aggressive hold here, though, from FEARX, Rob. I mean, you look at their compasses right now. 1 player in sight, 4 players off sight. So SCARZ have certainly got a few things to deal with here.
Yeah.
Looks to be Rin is going to be the first man targeted right now, as there's a player just prone on the stairs right beside him.
No.
Good boy with the first pick. The scope goes upstairs. I mean, great operator for this map. It's massive, absolutely huge. So bringing the operator that can just teleport from one side to another is pretty good.
Oh, yeah, a little bit of rough timing there. That's going to be the freest kill of Fisher's life. Rin, unfortunately, peaking at the wrong time with the Candelas, as now SCARZ get a little more control. I don't know where that came from, but that is a lovely little pick. I think Coded was just prone in and behind the desk.
Yeah, just prone, yeah.
Now things are becoming a lot more interesting. Mephi with a quick kill backs away, and SCARZ not only with the man disadvantage, but the HP as well is just looking abysmal at this point. B&K FEARX, the start to mid rounds for them, really dangerous, Demo. Really dangerous.
Yeah, again, from FEARX, I think it's just the gun skill is really pulling them through. And Good Boy still on this flank, by the way. It's just putting SCARZ under so much pressure. But like I said, this operator can just go straight back to site and what he's doing. And if he wants, can go straight back upstairs if he wants to as well. So, well, not anymore. Never mind. There goes execution onto the drone. And, oh no, Mephi also loses himself to iGator. Now it is a 2v2, so potential here for SCARZ.
This is where you got to be careful not to get too overzealous. Like B&K FEARX, there's already an opportunity to get into the round, and Good Boy, well, Good Boy runs, and Woogie doesn't need to hide. Woogie is the boogie, and with only 1 remaining, they cannot get anything done. That is the fundamental problem when you're coming up against B&K FEARX. They have so many layers to them, and Woogie is honestly, in APAC, one of the best site anchors we have in this game.
Just everyone from FEARX. Like, you look at that team and you think, you know, is it the 5 best player from Korea? I would say probably, yeah. I think it's a similar situation to probably what Falcons have inside of VML. It's where really, how on earth do you ever upgrade that team? You know, you already kind of think, well, the 5 best players that you would want. And I kind of look at the same with FEARX. I just think all 5 players, you couldn't find a change there. I don't think you could. I just think the team's just that good.
Yep. I think, see, this is the thing, like, because B&K FEARX obviously picked up 2 players from DPlus at the start of this year, they were already an undeniably dangerous team in Korea and in APAC North and the wider APAC region, right? But one thing that we've kind of harped on about, especially in the stage 1 desks that we did for playoffs, is just like, Dark as a coach fundamentally understands the region, understands the culture, and understands the game perfectly to help mesh this team into a champion-beating team. Now, we're still yet to see them kind of really take a large charge on the international stage. Obviously, Reload, B&K FEARX,
it was good.
Quarterfinals, yeah. They pushed it all the way, right? But I feel like a lot of people looked at Reload and went, okay, we had 3 APAC teams or whatever it may have been. I think Elevate was in the mix there. But it does feel as though the next international event we have, Munich, coming up, that is just so fundamentally important for a team like BNK FEARX to be able to make a statement. But it has to start here. It has to start in the league. Yes, I would 100% agree with you, Demo. I would not swap out any of the players. I would not swap out any of the coaching staff, even to Nova, who is the supporting cast member of this roster.
We have to give credit to Nova.
You have to give credit.
What was the last stage or the stage before? You know, the guy just jumped in whenever they were remember whenever Jax, the French guy who was supposedly in the team but never like played a game for them, which was so weird. Nova was there. Nova just played Shield the entire stage. It was brilliant to watch.
Yep, just exactly what he needed to. The roster, well-rounded. They are very well drilled. And now you're kind of looking at them like they should be the contenders to be the best team in APAC. And right now, for me, Demo, right now, this is them showing it. Right now, this is the kind of game where you look at it and go, yeah, BNK FEARX, they are a top 3 team in the entire region. And if they can clean SCARZ here, granted, yes, it is 4-1. Yes, it's defender sided. We start to then kind of change that narrative where we kind of came into today questioning a little bit after the 7-3 loss to CAG last playday.
Not a lot's happened, really.
Nothing.
Nobody's dead yet, which is a little bit strange. Usually a body has hit the floor, but not at the moment. SCARZ have been able to take control in towards Mez, but there is that player, Rob, that I'm sure you're mentioning here, and there goes Good Boy, just at the right moment, catches Rek as he runs across. I mean, if you're Rek, you've seen your teammate walk upstairs, you think, oh, it's safe. No, it's not safe.
No. Not even remotely. Not even. And that's the problem. The false sense of security there. That is just perfect timing from Good Boy to catch the last one, but not have to refight, not have to re-aggress. And now SCARZ are locked away. They are absolutely stuck. There is nothing they can do but fight, which Choppy tries, doesn't manage to get anything done. And I tell you what, BNK FEARX, that is a clinical masterpiece on the defensive layer.
SCARZ just didn't really do anything. Just kind of sat around and they were almost waiting for FEARX to do something. I think SCARZ forget they are on the attack. They're the team who have to set the tempo. FEARX just sat in their hands a lot of the time. They fell back when they needed to. If there's a little bit of pressure, yeah, we'll just go back into the next layer of defense. Yeah, I mean, clean half from FEARX. I said going to layer against this team, it's such a risk. You know, SCARZ really needed to know what they were doing, especially whenever they know they have to go on the attack first. You know, that's the crazy thing. You're taking a team to a map that they like, knowing that they get the preferred start as well. Like, you're setting yourself for success before you've even played a round.
Unfortunately, you are really putting yourself into a corner. And now SCARZ, honestly, they don't have a lot of room to move. I mean, that's... I hate saying stuff like that because, I mean, if you're watching right now and you're not just listening, you know exactly what is going on. It's been utter dominance from BNK FEARX, and even just as simple as like just if you look at the kills, if you look at the way the rounds are won from BNK FEARX, they managed to outclass them at every single turn. And now we are just in nothing but we're in Danger Town. The danger zone is well and truly caught up to SCARZ. Just batting on, I guess, the back of what I was talking about in round 4 a little bit. Every opening kill has been converted into an opening round win. And when you see the way BNK FEARX play these opening rounds, it is admirable. You know that the way they are doing this is they are getting just aggressive enough to kind of tempt SCARZ into making a play, making a decision. And the second they do, BNK FEARX have been ready for it. As we now flip to the second half, this is the most important part for SCARZ. They have to get this first round. Otherwise, genuinely, I'm writing it in the books.
It's the big make or break. FEARX, in terms of their lineup, Glaz coming into play. Now, obviously with Glaz, not a lot of support in terms of, you know, like a smoke-oriented lineup. It's just his smokes. That's all Rin has to play off. So if he can make an impact in that, maybe catch them by surprise if he doesn't expose that. Maybe he could catch somebody by surprise. In terms of FEARX, I think they're just probing the bomb site at the moment, just figuring out where they want to go and how they want to do things. This mirror window could make things tricky for that hard breach gadget going down, and I think Coded realizes that and thinks against going for it straight away. But you can see the difference. You know, at this point, Rob, we had seen SCARZ dump all of their util in towards Mess and be dead. You know, here's the measure of it.
Yeah, it's the difference that I kind of was hoping to highlight a little bit. I'm terrible at doing so because I haven't cast in such a long time, but just the difference in approach with SCARZ on their attack. It was an all or nothing play nearly every single time. They were going for a stairs take. They were going for vertical play, and they didn't have another out. So if something went wrong, they were stuck. Whereas right now you can see B&K FEARX are everywhere. They are looking to just separate and isolate some of these fights. You got Good Boy on the underside, looking for any kind of vertical pressure he'll be able to put on, and APL is going to be in a lot of trouble here, I can tell you right now.
Oh, he should be dead. They've got yellow pings on him. He is on the table, but I don't think that's going to save him. Down he goes. Really surprised at the start there from SCARZ. They did not hold in towards storage, and because FEARX took their time and wanted, you know, to do their prep and see where they wanted to push, they've seen this as a gold mine for them. They're straight in. They've now got a way into the bomb site. They've got that breach open. They've lost the sense, though, which would have been a great operator to sense basically half of the site off and walk in them plants. So now they have to try and figure out another way to do so. Oh, the Elamine pushes off the Blackbeard shield, and it's an easy headshot for Wishoy.
It's not very often that ever happens, let alone seen on camera. Absolutely caught in 4K for a moment there, and now B&K FEARX, they've got a lot to work with, but Rin, that equaling out that man count is absolutely critical, especially given where we are in the round. The fact that we have the Glaz, this is dangerous. Wishoy, again, from the long line, manages to catch another player, and it's all under Mephi, who has to try and 1v3. That looked very good from SCARZ. Granted, some magic from Wishoy. They get the round converted, and at a critical point in this match.
Yeah, they lost their sense like early on. I think that was the issue for them. Again, the idea, you kind of seen it there with the smokes from the Glaz, but that definitely felt like a last kind of ditch resort. Whereas they wanted the sense alive to obviously sense through the site. I actually don't know how Coda died. Looks to me he just probably got swung by Wreck. I think that's how he died before we're seeing the Buck get the kill. I mean, that's just Ella. Ella at the moment, by the way, Rob, see, playing Shields, as much as what, you know, Shields are being banned quite a bit, it's not a fun time to play Shields. I don't think it is, and I've played Shields for a better part of about 3 or 4 years now, and this is probably the toughest Shields have been in the past 2 years. Because
really?
I just think with the... Yeah, and the reason why is... Really, it started since Clash was kind of reworked as well, which was like just... You know, absolute nightmare for Shields. You see the Clash, you can't do anything against it. The Ela has been such a rise in popularity as well, which I don't know why. Is it because of the Shields? Maybe. But that operator as well is just horrid to play against the Shields, because, again, you can't really do much. Yeah. Even the Denari as well, that's another one. You can't go for, like you're saying, just window jump-ins, because you jump in a window and then all of a sudden you're slow to, like, the pace of a slug. So, yeah, it's not a fun time to play Shields.
Game's changed, my friend. Game's changed. I think B&K FEARX will probably learn from last round. They got all their ducks in a row, but just maybe I feel like they might have rushed that last play there with the Glaz. You've got the ability to drop the smokes in places that cut off lines, not just allow you to plant. And maybe, I think it was Mephi who swung the door. Probably, you know, maybe leave that to the Glaz, who can see through smokes and might have a better time fighting. But bringing it again and reinforcing the conversation here for B&K FEARX, this is interesting to see that now 2 rounds in a row they are going to favor it. And this time they've brought the smokes, the blitz as well. This could be really interesting from APL. Unfortunately, he might get caught on the way out, but he's fine. Safe as houses. And B&K FEARX, they continue their slow march toward the side.
This feels like a horizontal take at the moment from FEARX, not necessarily favoring going upstairs and doing the traditional approach. There is a roamer all the way on towards that top floor. I think maybe if FEARX know that maybe the site is a little bit loose here, that they could just try and hit it, using the man advantages that they have. And again, whenever you have that shield leading the way to face check those corners, then it could be quite strong. And in goes the nade. Hold almost, but Wishoy gets out of there just in the nick of time.
Jeez, the timing there was so unfortunate. Drone spot, nade out in hand. That could have been the freest kill. The freest opening the B&K could have asked for. And now they've got so much time to work with here. And the question will be, how much vertical control are they going to get? Are they going to put pressure toward the likes of Choppy? And with Good Boy just positioning himself to come back in a little later in the round, this could be SCARZ being forced into just straight horizontal fights. As Coded now starts to open things up, Woogie Man pulls back from the C4 for half a second.
Oh.
Speaking of, it's a double for Fish. And Good Boy manages to find one in trade, but they're going to have to do a lot more here, Demo.
Oh, the blitz. Oh, dear. Up against it. And there's 2 players rushing him now. Can't even find one. And Good Boy, yeah, he's just sat at the back of the map. He's just seeing everyone die. Have to try and go for the clutch, but really SCARZ just have to sit in their hands. They don't have to move. Have to play their crossfires, play their trades. You can see a great crossfire being held as well. It should just be the case of swing off the contact and the Valkyrie. I think they'll do so. So Good Boy going to run down the clock here, I assume. Can't really do much again, like we mentioned, but yeah, the horizontal take just not working out well for FEARX, and it is the approach which I'm not necessarily a fan of. Good Boy, get your exits, I guess, but again, the issues with the horizontal take is there's only 2 doorways that you can walk through. And that's very easily held. You know, you've got obviously the main one in towards lab, and then we're obviously where we've seen the blitz come in from. Now, whenever you actually think about how defenders are going to play that, there's actually like a lot of like kind of clutter to hide behind, like a lot of kind of like screens and stuff. You just sit behind, and players can't really move you out of those positions. And it's just a case of 3-2-1ing with your teammate and just double swinging a doorway. That's usually how it goes out. And that's where we see teams kind of favor going above and then down in towards Boiler. Just because it's a lot easier to control and you don't have to worry about going into those double swings. So yeah, that's the issue with the horizontal take. Horizontal takes only really work is if there's a lot of players off site and you hit it as fast as you can. FEARX just took too long. As soon as you know a team's just going horizontally and there's no vertical pressure at all, it's so easy for defenders to get back on site, just double up and hold those doorways like I mentioned.
And I thought Good Boy might have been like kind of a linchpin in that round, trying to take a fight upstairs, but it just doesn't work out. It doesn't happen for BNK FEARX. I'm probably going to sound super ignorant right now because it's been a while since I've cast, but obviously it's been a while since I watched APAC. Well, probably Siege until EWC was the last time I truly tuned in for the entire broadcast. I feel as though leaving up all of the shield options and only banning out the Thermite and Ying is a bit of ballsy strat from SCARZ, given where shields are at the moment. Not that it doesn't... They're obviously clearly capable of dealing with it. BNK FEARX are kind of seeming to struggle through the early portions of these rounds, but I do find it very interesting that on Lair, there's not a single shield ban from SCARZ that they're even worried about. So, honestly, they definitely have what they needed figured out. They've come into this game fully prepared.
Yeah, again, like I mentioned, shields not the most big of issues, I think, as some people make it out to be, you know, these days.
Sure.
Certainly manageable now as time has kind of went on, and even if you had watched EML, which again I don't know if you keep up with EML these days, Rob. Basically, EFAC had said that a lot of the issues that EFAC said that Falcons had with the shields, they feel as though they've adapted to it, and maybe that's the same for a lot of teams, as they've adapted the shields finally. Well,
I suppose after what, like a year and a half of them just being played on Mega Spam, it feels like it's starting to the tide is starting to swing a little bit more, and it's really, I think for me, you know. Speaking personally, my work comes in toward the latter parts of this playoffs as we get to playoffs. So I always wait to see how these games play out and then go back and rewatch the games that are vitally important. But not watching from start to finish is a bit of a problem when you're trying to follow the meta, especially when it comes to shields, because the impact that they've had for the last year, undeniable. They have been ridiculous. But now, hopefully, they start to fall off a little bit more. I think it's good for the game. I think it's good for the competition. Speaking of competition at the moment, BNK FEARX able to find this opening pick. That gives you a little glimmer of hope until Coda goes down, and all of a sudden the control is just back. It's back even. And SCARZ, they certainly are taking the fight to FEARX and making it worse.
Oh, they're in the site. Is there anyone on the verts? That's the question. Rin, can he find a safe position to plant? I don't think so. Fish should be able to take that. Oh, never mind. Woogie Man is there with the reverse angle. Look where all three defenders are, upstairs on the verts. There's no way that FEARX are going to be able to plant, and they realize this, so they evac the bomb site, but Look at the time, Rob. 20 seconds. They need to do something.
Yeah, they're going to have to commit to something here and just look to hold one direct line. The problem is, as you said, all three players from SCARZ, they're upstairs. They're in fantastic positions. And with Rin going down, it makes life so much more difficult. This is what we wanted to see from SCARZ. They've put the pressure back on the B&K FEARX, and we are almost tied up here after what was a dominant first half.
Oh, FEARX. I think they realized, didn't they, as soon as they left the site and they looked at the clock, they're like, oh dear, 20 seconds, what are we going to do? And really the only option that they had was they almost had to play from the reverse vert angles. They just had to hope that whenever the diffuser gets planted, the other attackers can just try and kill them from the verts, but it's so difficult to do so. But yeah, FEARX starting to waver. SCARZ are good for 3 rounds in a row. They've completed the full rotation, so you know, it feels like we've got that full kind of mirror image almost, where FEARX were very dominant, and now SCARZ on their defense, they're doing the same.
Yep.
Wow, didn't see it going this way, but here we are.
Yeah, Bunk's briefing looks very confident from SCARZ. They did not panic at even a single step of the way. That is actually, I guess, a little fun fact. This, you know what? This is a Xenox fun fact brought to you by Rob J. Monday. That is the first round where an opening pick has not been converted. And I think that that might be a little telling as to SCAR's defensive side right now. They are looking in prime position to... I honestly, I don't want to say a flawless half, but like, I feel like they have not faltered at all so far. They've looked the better of the two teams in the second half. And B&K FEARX, if they are not careful, this game will absolutely spiral out of control. And that's when the conversation creeps back in, Demo. The one that I talked about a little bit in the first half, which is what are B&K FEARX at the moment? Who are they at the moment, especially as we go to ward playoffs, as we start to get closer to qualifying a team to the APAC LAN? That's when these storylines become critical. And right now, B&K FEARX have not been convincing enough in this second half.
FEARX, it's certainly eyeing up to be the Mez take. Just whenever you see that APL come in, you naturally assume that it's going to be used over the top of the barriers towards top Mez and over towards main stairs and just flame anyone who could be playing in there. We've now got the cutoff in place over towards bathroom to catch them. He does fall off and... Heck. Hello? Is he holding the right angle? What was he looking at the whole time? Was he not looking at the door? Hello? Am I tripping? I don't know.
Zero comment. Zero comment. Okay.
He's looking at the he's looking at the toilet. Never mind. Maybe.
Yep.
Maybe he needs to go.
Thank you, Alex Sky McCallum, for showing us lines of sight there. You are truly one of the observers.
Your government named him as well. My goodness.
Yeah, I certainly have, mate. He has had his. You know what? He's even had his address leaked before. Not actually his address, just where he lives. And it's going to happen again if he's not careful. This round better be flawless, or else I'm dropping it. Okay, for everyone at home, that is clearly cap. But what is not cap is that B&K FEARX are absolutely in trouble right now. I'm really enjoying SCAR's early round on their defense. They're not forcing fights where they don't need to. They're forcing B&K FEARX into positions where they can capitalize, and it's worked every single round so far, and it might just happen again at the moment as we are but a minute away from a conclusion, and B&K FEARX have finally found one. In fact, they've found two up main stairs, absolutely critically, taking down a power position early on in the round. Good Boy will double down, and all of a sudden, SCARZ are left on the back foot in a 2 versus 5. They have to go for a Hail Mary now.
Oh, bathroom fight is a messy one right now, but you see FEARX on the other side are just flooding in, and they know they can get this plant down. Little shot there, but oh, maybe another one, but still that diffuser goes down, and this is the tricky part now. 1v3. Full health attackers as well, and they know exactly where he's going to be, and yeah, go ahead. Only a matter of time before he gets that kill, and he does so. I mean, Rob, you look at that kind of attack there from FEARX. they really did take their time. You know, 2 minutes to formulate that attack. You look at how they set it up. They had, obviously, the sense over towards tables, being able to use that gadget to block off the main door into sight, so then you can fight in towards Mez. You then have the Grim using the vertical angles that were made by his own shotgun up and over to tag those players over towards Mez. You then have a shotgun operator pushing it up in towards main stairs at the same time. Just everything coming together, and then those kills come in. And as soon as really that first kill hits, you just know that FEARX are going to sweep it from there.
Look, I'm just going to say it from what I could see then, that felt like what SCARZ were unable to do on their attack, where B&K FEARX were everywhere all at once and managed to find the exact moments to strike. It's where SCARZ just floundered a little bit on their attack. And granted, it's very obvious just from this alone, it is not a super easy map to attack into. But regardless, with B&K now reaching match point, SCARZ, there are no more opportunities here. They have to be flawless from here on out. They've got to show us what we saw in the first 3 rounds, which for me was undeniable control of this match. They felt like they had it from start to finish. But B&K FEARX, they always find a way. And in APAC North at the moment, there is a very interesting discussion at the top end of the table, and they belong in first. In my opinion, this roster has through and through shown for the last at least 12 months where they deserve to be. And it's always best of ones where the conversation for every team kind of goes out the window a little bit. They'll find their footing, and at the moment, I think we're starting to see it a little bit. An interesting map, although I will say, just nonetheless, in a BO1, very interesting to see Lair this early in the play days.
Yeah, usually it's a best of 3 map that we see. I just think that's the way maybe things are going, where Lair, you know, the longer it's left in the pool, the more it just becomes kind of like a daily routine for a lot of these teams. Yeah, you know, we're happy enough with Lair. It's, you know, we've played it enough times. It's been around for, you know, quite a while. I think that's just the way things are going. You know, it's natural in those regards that, yes, the new map will take a while before we start hitting that bit of popularity. And you know, I think we're kind of at that stage now with it. Yeah. But, hey, we'll see how FEARX want to go about this attack, and it could be their final one if they nail this. SCARZ, look at their operator selection. It does feel as though it's going to be the roam game. You've got the trap operators in the form of the Denari and the Malusi who can hold in towards that mid floor. You've also got the mirror window reinforcing those players. You've got Valkyrie to provide that information for those roamers. And if needed, you've still got the Goyo to fall back into on that bomb site. Now for FEARX, obviously roamers is what they're going to be after. A Jackal comes into play, an operator that we never see because he was nerfed pretty hard, and it did make him a little bit redundant by all accords.
Yeah, unfortunately, he got pummeled into the ground, didn't he? But
just the one thing, not great.
Each operator, again, they've got their individual single use sometimes, even when they may not be in meta. So very curious to see how B&K FEARX decide to operate. But the shields still, regardless of where they may be in the meta, just still a fundamental part of every attack at the moment, putting you into positions that otherwise are, let's just say, a lot more complicated to get into. And SCARZ, they're not sweating, but they are under a bit of pressure at the moment.
That shield just been able to lead the way, and oh, there goes the trades. And straight away with Shaw, I think, you know what, we got our one, that'll do us. Like I mentioned, you still got the Goyos to fall back into, so they still have a win condition here.
And back they fall. SCARZ reinforcing makes the job a little bit easier. What do B&K FEARX have to dismantle this hold right now? It's going to come down to a 20-second push. It's going to come down to, I'm going to say a raw gunfight, because SCARZ are in positions here that they need to be in. And I really like that. An aggressive peak. They keep B&K FEARX on their toes as they still cannot manage to find it. How impactful can the Jackal be? Not at all. Ayagator holds strong. Methy goes down. And that right there, that is a turtle from SCARZ. We are going to a 12th round. And in the way this game is headed, I'm going to say it. We're going to overtime.
Oh, okay, Tim. Just I know you're bald like him, but you don't have to do the full cosplay.
Okay.
Again, from SCARZ, it's really good fundamentals. Going for a roam game, wasting a lot of time upstairs, realizing that if you're able to just get the one kill, fall back down, then play into that strong operator in the Goya that you also have. Even seeing the value out of the Denari as well, it completely stopped that Nuke from going for that backstab. And just that operator who we're still trying to figure out what he's good at. He's just a trap operator, and that's the fundamental of him. You know, it's a little less lethal than a cap can, but it still does the same job. It lets you know if somebody's there.
It certainly does. Now, one thing that I like to try and do as much as possible is always contextualize what I say when I say things. And stage one, so the conversation around Lair, the reason I find it so interesting is in stage one, it was not played a single time in APAC North in the regular play days. It was picked 4 times in best of threes. And then in this stage, we saw it picked at the opening play day between DPlus and PSG. So it is really one of those picks in a best of one that you do not expect to see. And I feel like this is what's playing into this right now. B&K FEARX should always be the favored team in this scenario, in this matchup in particular. But having an unknown entity like Lair, no matter how much it's played in best of threes, don't care what the preference is, when you get to it in a best of one, it changes the conversation, it changes the dynamic of how the entire map plays out right now. And SCARZ, for all intents and purposes right now, are on the absolute precipice of stealing a point and potentially even 2 away from a roster that is coming off the back of a decently weak play day. The loss against CAG, do not get that twisted, in a best of one, especially in this current moment of siege in APAC North. It is a shock. And to potentially go 2 games back-to-back where the result would not be favoring the conversation, it's not fantastic. But for SCARZ, you got to take your hat off. Preference like that for B&K FEARX, and you take them there on a best of one, that takes some guts.
Long off season, what teams have been working on, I think, is reinforcing their map pool.
Yep.
SCARZ obviously have had, FEARX, like I said, they showed Lair before. It's a map that they will play. That does give them the information out there, for the other teams to kind of study up and see how they play it. And certainly right now for SCARZ, on their defense, they've got it nailed. For SCARZ, this would be massive if they're able to at least get into that OT, secure themselves another point against a very top side in FEARX. You know that. We do go back to this top floor, and last time they were here, Rob, it didn't end well for SCARZ. They got absolutely rinsed with the utility dump that FEARX had, so you do wonder if we're going to see something similar.
I pray for SCARZ that we don't, but this is going to be so much time wasted here. Minute 30, and you got a smoke and a canister smack bang in front of you. Come on, just tempt it a little bit more. God, there is so much time denial here right now for SCARZ. There is so much to utilize. And when you consider how much time is left remaining, the only thing they have to be careful of is that B&K FEARX don't just flick and get in their faces immediately.
Yeah, it's... I think the case for FEARX is just look at what they're against. Yes, you've got the Goyo here. You've got an aggro Smoke. He's also going to stall out. This is by far and away Smoke's best position. You can just stop the shield from coming in. You've even got the Dechanka as the backline support as well. It's absolutely absurd how much they actually have. Wow, Fishlike is lucky because that is the Glaz who was looking at him through the smoke and somehow gets out of there and still has 1 smoke canister in the back pocket. Wait, where's Woogieman going? A complete switch up now. He's going to go straight in towards tables as the lone shield. Now he's been spotted out. FEARX are changing their approach.
And beautifully so, Coded finding Washoy. Is that the linchpin here for B&K FEARX? Match point. It's either OT or it's secured, and I'm telling you right now, it looks like it's secured. Methy with a quick shotgun hit fire over the top of the vault. Joppy will only find 1 with that kick going down. Life for SCARZ gets infinitely harder. The Deimos track is all over over Alligator right now, and they are locked out of this round. They are locked out of this map. And 3 points right now for B&K FEARX is exactly what they needed on the backside of a loss to CAG in Play Day 3. They clean this one up 7-5.
Oh, I have to give it all credit to Boogeyman. The way that he just fronted up and just walked straight into sight. So brave in that scenario. That's what you need to be in games like this. You need to be brave whenever points are on the line. You need to get all 3 of them if you're FEARX. I have to give credit to Boogeyman. He really did justice for his team there.
Certainly did. That is only the first of 4 done and dusted for the night. Don't go anywhere. Get yourself comfortable. Get yourself cozy. We'll be coming back with Enter Force as they take on DPlus after this.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Oh, too salty.
I can see a lot of sauce on that one.
Oh shit.
All right, move on to ring number 3. So you like Korean spicy food? What do you think of Australian spicy food?
So shit.
Why? Not spicy enough for you?
It's a bit spicy, but it's too salty. Not gonna lie. Maybe I have to bring my spicy Korean noodles.
So you'd rather do noodles than wings?
Yeah, noodle will be better for me.
So what should spicy food taste like?
It's really yummy in Korea. Like, it's really good chemistry with food. So it's really separate flavor. Just chicken and hot sauce. Yeah,
You don't put chicken with hot sauce?
yeah, never.
Really?
Yeah, but they just mix sauce with chicken.
So the chicken already has the hot sauce
Yeah.
mixed in?
Yeah.
And this is hotter than that?
In Korea, more hot, but
also better.
yeah, not salty. It's really balanced.
All right. So what would you have to rate this, the first one? Rate it spicy out of 10, how spicy it was?
It's 2.
2 out of 10 spicy.
Yeah.
And flavor?
Shit.
Out of 10?
Yeah,
Shit out of 10.
yeah.
All right. And then the hot ones?
That is fucking 7, maybe?
7?
Yeah, tasty shit as well.
So you got through our wings, Australian wings, pretty easy, right?
Yeah,
Stage 2's coming up. How are you going to get through stage 2?
like this wing, I will smash all of Australian team and then Asian team.
So champion and OS, but of course this time around we have the APL playoffs where you actually get to play against some of the teams from Asia and APAC North. Who do you think is going to be the APL champion?
Maybe FEARX is one of the contender, but Elevate, DPlus, that import roster will be contender as well. I hope we take that champion spot for Australian fans and then Australian scenes and then Czech fans, because our organization is based by Czech, so make them proud.
And where are you from?
South Korea, maybe?
Okay, so your organization is Czech, and
Yeah.
you're from South Korea,
Yeah.
and you're having a go at DPlus and Elevate for being import teams.
But, you know, I'm already playing in Aussie 3 years. I think I'm Aussies.
There you go, Mingo.
Into the level 1v1, the close end for the ball, win, saves and what is going on? He grabs that one out, 2-on-1. We're gonna see se difensivo, si vai tentando plantar mais ainda. Prioritization,
Welcome back, everybody, to APAC North. I'm Dev, and Demo, this is going to be one of the first times we've ever casted together. What did I do to deserve the pleasure? How are you feeling so far doing APL?
Well, I've had to now work with two Aussies in the one day, which I didn't think that was going to be happening, but
You got a lot more
here
than
we
you
are.
bargained for.
100% I did, but overall, I think for what we've seen here in APAC North, it's a league which you don't really know which way it's going to go. You kind of look at that last game as well. Yes, we kind of thought FEARX would win, but FEARX just about got over the line to get those 3 points. So I think it is a league with a lot of mystery behind it.
Yeah, it definitely has been. Only one team in this league so far is yet to find a win, and they're actually playing up next. It's Interforce taking on DPlus. The bottom team, the only one remaining winless in the league, that is Interforce. They're going up against quite a behemoth of a challenge in taking on DPlus, the Brazilian import roster here in APAC North. What do we have to say about Interforce 36 Demo? Well, not a lot of good stuff so far in this stage. They did, though, however, take a pretty close fight to PSG in their last game, and B&K FEARX in their game before that, and then SCARZ in their game before that. So despite not having a win on the board, they've actually had really competitive matches through and through every playday so far.
Yeah, I think it's just one of those where it's close but no cigar, isn't it, for them? I wouldn't say they've played necessarily bad Siege. It's kind of fine margins. And I think, especially whenever you look at, Tier 1 Siege, any of the kind of lesser teams, it is going to be, heavily scrutinized against you. If you miss this one step, the big teams are going to absolutely punish you for all your worth. And I think that's maybe what has happened here for Interforce. It's just, they've had a few mistakes, and then that's just kind of led to the downward spiral of losing out that game. But, I mean, if you look at the stats as well, like, it's not horrendously bad. It's not as though we're sitting here and, everyone's negative, negative by like -15, whatever you have. It's not bad. So I still think this team has a win somewhere. Where is it going to come from? We don't know, but I think they'll win at some point.
For sure, for sure. And a lot of people are going to be looking at a player like Nina, the pedigree he's got, his history on several teams at the very top echelon, and his experience at international events. But of course, speaking of international Demo, here are the Brazilians, DPlus Kia, of course, coming all the way over from Brazil, and they've been here in the APAC region for quite some time now. I believe of all of the Brazilian import rosters, so of course we also have Elevate over in Asia, and even the import roster Gaming Gladiators that no longer exist. They were playing in OCE. These guys were actually in the APAC region for quite some time. They've been scrimming since I think it was actually before the Six Invitational or before Reload. They've been in Korea for quite some time and practicing. So we expect high things from them. They were the runners-up in Stage 1, and here in Stage 2, we're hoping that they will have a splash, or at least the Brazilian fan base here in APAC will be hoping they'll have a splash. They've won 2 out of 3 of their games so far. Can they find another win on the scoreboard to chase FEARX and CAG above them? Well, it'll be determined on Bank. What are we thinking here, Demo?
Well, this is a map that Interforce have played already this stage. It was an 8-7 loss against SCARZ, and it comes back to what I mentioned. Fine margins is where that kind of came down to. I had the pleasure of, I had the pleasure of casting that game. And it really came down to little things such as not having somebody inside a janitor, for example. Not having somebody on the right window. Little things like that kind of played it in for Interforce. So hopefully they'll be able to learn from those mistakes, and they will be able to show up here and Bank.
Yeah, well, of course, on the flip side of that, DPlus are yet to play Bank so far in Stage 2. So there's a lot still to be done for them. In Stage 1, DPlus were a surefire force here in the APAC North region, and yet they failed to win the championship. They failed to qualify for, of course, the EWC. Now, all of the teams here in the APL are fighting for a chance to go play in the major qualifier in an offline LAN event in Australia. So there's actually a lot going behind these matches, these group stage matches. Not only are we preparing for the end of the year with the season ending, the season finals, but of course not just the major, but even then before that, the major qualifier in Australia.
Yeah, you had me excited there, and then you mentioned in Australia, and all of a sudden I was like, no.
You're too scared, are you? You don't want to see our spiders and snakes.
Might die. Yeah. I've watched enough documentaries to know that that's not a place you want to visit. There's too much stuff in there.
Oh, come on. What would Steve say, Demo? What would Steve say?
Don't even start with Steve.
Well, Bindi and Robert Owen are still, they're kicking it around still. Bindi and Robert, and they're getting plenty of media attention right now. So RIP Steve. Let's of course focus up on the match at hand. DPlus and
What are we doing in memoriam?
Let's keep that off the show for now, Demo. I mean, we could do an offline one after the show's finished off. I'm seeing some interesting operator bans from the attacking side. Look at what Enforce have banned on out. No more Tachanka and no more Smoke. There's been quite a bit of discussion about how to deny a plant on this basement floor, and these are the two main ingredients we use to do that.
Yeah, did you see Dez's post that he made?
I thought it was Ace.
I think...
But yes,
it was Dez posted saying he thinks Tachanka is useless. I don't think Dez plays the game, because I'll tell you, Tachanka is not useless. I can assure you that. So I don't know what Dez is on about. Which, how many times has he done stuff like that? Plenty of times. Yeah, you've got rid of the Smoke, you've got rid of the Tachanka. So obviously, planting is going to be pretty simple. Now, the only thing that you've done here for Interforce, though, is you've left operators like Cade up, which is usually like the most banned operator here in Bank, because of how strong he is for denying access to the hatches. What's crazy is DPlus haven't even brought in the Cade, which I find absurd. You know, you've got such a strong operator there to obviously Cade, and then also combo that with the tub. So you have a Cade in the tub or the hatches, and they've only just brought the tub. They forgot the other half of the pairing. I don't know. It feels very weird. You know, weird bans, which will make it easier in some areas, but then difficult in others. But then DPlus have not been playing to their strengths here. They're not bringing the strong operators in my eyes anyway.
Yeah, well, of course, when Enforce ban out the Tachanka and Smoke, what does that buy them? Time. And DPlus, like you said, if you combine Kaid with the Tubarão, you buy time back again. So no, instead they're going for the Goyo, which will buy them some time, the Tubarão, which buys them a very small amount of time, and then these much more aggressive operators, in some places defensive, you know, Warden and Azami can both really create a bit of a fortress, a tough position to flush out. But if Enforce are thorough here, they will likely have a massive advantage when it comes to that eventual execute.
Those Yings being used vertically, which is something we don't see all too often, and looks as though that's going to be enough to scare away the defenders back into the site. Dokumi Call as well comes in, which, as we know, that universal gadget is great for hunting in the roamers, and does look as though everyone is back in the bomb site now. So for DPlus, it should just be trying to get yourself set up now, using those tubs to delay a bit of time. Again, there's hard breach gadgets that already 2 of them have been used on those upstairs hatches, but they still have 2 more in the back pocket, of course. Maverick was brought in just in fear that you may be dealing with a Cade, and he's going to be over here seeing if he can open up in towards server. Really, for E36, the main thing is just start, you know, gearing up just for a standard plant. Look at the bans you've went for, guys. You know you don't have to deal with the whole burning through the smokes, burning through the Tachanka. It's just the Goyos you have to deal with, and typically that is done just from via hatch. You know, open up the hatch, throw a nade in, it'll get most of the util.
Is this side hatch still reinforced, though? I think it hasn't yet been opened, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, okay. So the Tubarão of Midi is just holding on as long as he can. It will, of course, be opened up now, but the next obstacle to deal with, Demo, is Falls here hiding in server, and he does find a kill. Wow. He's flashed immediately after. Where's the follow-up? That's Mugi getting around it, bringing Enforce back into the game.
Well, Goyo's never popped. That is a missed util. That actually would have really helped out. Obviously Falls for going for that, and the Goyo was only just popped, so I don't... Can they maybe plant just on the single wall? I think they might be able to. I think they can.
There's not going to be a lot of time here. It's going to have to come down to some massive cover, and Mugi does kick things off. Bullet goes down. He's on flank watch. It does now come down to... Oh, okay. Well, Mir's going to swing and take down Mugi. The fire and the C4s are far too much to handle here for Enforce, and at the end of it, it's a bit of a disappointing peter out for that attack.
You went for the smoke with the Tachanka ban and still lose that on time. That's a good one. That is, yeah. I mean, this should never happen. I mean, I should never be able to wide spin server hatch and get a kill. You know, that's unforgiving, really, for Interforce. For DPlus, yeah, I think they played the early game very well. You know, they didn't want to give away any picks early on. They wanted to waste a bit of time, waste a bit of util, drop down when they needed to. Overall for DPlus, fundamentals were good in terms of going for a roam, then kind of resorting into obviously their anchor playstyle, still have the Goyo on board. obviously with the double shield ban as well, even I think that's quite strange from DPlus. You know, typically it's hard breachers we see being banned out on bank, usually Ace and a Habana because of how good they are at obviously getting hatches open. But also for this bomb site in particular, you think about the Canto walls over towards Elevator, only way that you can open up that line of sight that covers off the entirety of that long corridor is via ranged hard breach, and that's why teams will ban it out, but stops that angle ever being opened up. But now you can have that opportunity if you are Interforce, you want to go for that. But hey, even they haven't went for it. They went for no hard breach at all. This is very puzzling me. In my mind, kind of basic stuff, Dev, is just kind of going over everyone else's head. You know, I feel weak.
Well, you know, there's lots of different ways you can interpret these attacks and these bomb sites. Perhaps there's a way to get it done with no hard breach here for Enterforce. It would typically suggest that it's going to be a lobby execute, not going to be breaching open that square wall, going for the plant that people would be finding most typical, especially these days when people open a line of sight into the top square walls. You can get it done without hard breach, but it doesn't make the job easy for you. I'm also going to keep in the back of my mind the Denari pick from Niers, and he's really made quite a beautiful geometric pattern on this windowsill, as our observer is showing right now. It's going to have to be dealt with.
Yeah, we've seen this before.
Interesting. EMPs. We're going to need a nade to come on through.
I don't think they know this is not going to work. They will recharge like pretty quickly. Like there we go, they're back, and then you'll see the other ones. Yep, another one back, and there we go. Let's see.
There are no nades on this lineup,
So
by the way. What's the? You need nades to deal with that.
Oh dear, not a great start here for Interforce. They're just dumping util into a rechargeable defender gadget.
What is
Falls is right beside somebody in Spiral. Oh my word.
Yeah, weird turn of events here, but perhaps redeemable if Nina can hit some nasty shots like that. Bullet goes down. Numbers advantage very heavily in favor of Enterforce as Mugi goes in. It's all up to Niers now. It might have had some cheeky gadgetry, but certainly won't have the wherewithal to muster up the courage in a 1v4. And so it ends up being a very dominant Enterforce attack.
Feels so, James, you're way too chill about this right now. I'm starting to lose it. I'm sorry.
I've been watching APL for a long time. I know exactly what to expect. Sometimes Nina will just send it. And yeah, I'm chill. I'm not too surprised. This is all in a day's work for Nina.
No, you're actually annoying me that you're not, like, you know, you just, oh, this is fine. You know, this is just what you... No, James. You cast EML now. You should know what to expect. Not this. You don't expect to see Aurora dump all their util into a rechargeable gadget and do nothing, and then some guy just walks up Spiral that has nothing on it and kills 2 people.
False sense of
Not
security
supposed to happen,
demo.
James.
False sense of security. That's what Interforce led DPlus to believe, that they had no idea what was going on, that Interforce were in a shambles, repelling in windows. Meanwhile, Nina says, hang on, guys, I think I see a gap. Mugi repels in the window. Bit of him, bada boom. Bob's your uncle, easy as you like. And that's a win for Interforce.
Oh, dear. Well, you see that DPlus are not wanting to go back upstairs as they've chosen into our third bomb site choice into the open area. Now, this is actually quite a good bomb site if you are playing with the shield bans, being especially Monty. Monty's like the biggest issue that we kind of see fundamentally for this bomb site, because the shield can just walk straight in through the kitchen double door and just go for a plant behind the bomb chassis. It's really, really easy for him. So I think with that operator off the board, you don't have to worry about that, and it will make Interforce obviously have to, you know, kind of put the hard work in and try and take map control before they can even think about getting that bomb down. So yeah, I like the site choice here from DPlus. However, they are not holding upstairs. They've decided to reinforce the hatches off and say, that's it. We're going to just try and hold in towards mid-floor, give them top floor control. But there is a sledge, though, so they can make vertical pressure into archives and in towards tellers if they want to.
I don't mind this setup here from DPlus. Perhaps the learnings that they can take from last round is just not to take anything for granted. Always be ready for a player to just execute, sprint on the side and find a couple of kills. So I think if you're always ready for anything, then you're not going to be taken by a cheeky play like that, or a cheeky play like this from Jin. Sneaking in, from Archives. There's a small line of sight. Oh, he's actually going to get spotted. There's a curiously placed bulletproof camera here in the bottom of square. Will be taken out shortly. There you go. That was a wasted nade. Don't know what happened there. Middy's actually here on blue stairs for a potential flank, but door's barricaded.
Here. First pick comes just from swinging onto the breach that was made, so Enderforce deal with these players in the site who
What
are
is
essentially
going
just
on?
trapped. But look
Oh,
at this!
no.
How on earth? How is he just wide swinging into the breach, finding two, still not traded out? Oh my, finally goes down, but the damage has been done, James.
Yeah. And it all came down to Middy's Valkyrie camera that was in the top of square. Levy was on it, on site, just sitting there feeding all that information to Falls, enabling that swing. Yeah, not enough due diligence there from Enderforce. They didn't clear the castle, they didn't clear the Zami barricades. They also didn't clear out that Valkyrie camera, and it just enables aggression like that from Nears and what we saw from Falls. Of course, let's not forget Valkyrie herself on the flank from the blue stairs, as we saw earlier. It's an easy mop-up for DPlus.
Yeah, you can see just without having those shields, it just forces E36 to actually have to kind of almost play siege. You can't really, scam your way around, which is what we see a lot of teams do with the Monty. Just open up the quad wall and just walk in and plant. But you can see whenever you have to try and take that map control and have to go through the process of going for the util dump, E36 just struggling in that regards to do so. But again, for DPlus, I think the way that they're playing it in terms of rounds and the tempo that they're keeping, I think is very, very strong. We seen that in the first round. They dictated the pace in terms of how things were going to play out. We've seen the exact same thing there as well. Play pretty reserved on site, use the info really well to pick their moments. And now it gives them the 2-1 lead, and they get to go back down to the basement, which, E36 had an absolute horrid time the last time they were down here, James. They struggled with time, and it's strange considering that the bans that they've went for.
Yeah, that's the weird thing. I mean, speaking of bans, we've seen the next set roll out demo, and it's going to be the Grim banned out by DPlus, which I don't think is going to be much of an impact at all. I don't think that has been instrumental for Enforce's attacks. However, that Valkyrie ban I think is really good. This play here from Falls, if you look, you can see Levy's character is actually spectating the second floor square camera right now. The yellow pings are coming out. That's how Falls had the information to go for those swings. Valkyrie now being banned out, that's going to help out Enderforce. They're not going to have to worry about clearing those anymore. Perhaps they could even get rid of the Dokkaebi. They don't have to worry about running IQ. Have a little bit more flexibility in their lineups. And like you said, Demo, the whole point here is that you've just bought yourself like a minute of time by banning out smoke at the Chenka. So we need to expedite this push. We need to start going for plants early in the round. There's no Monty, unfortunately, and it would have been really nice to just do an early round Monty push through dirt into the plant spot, so you're keeping that pressure on from the get-go. But instead of that, I mean, we've got Capitao, we've got Ying. That's plenty of ingredients to go for an explosive push. I want to see Enderforce early taking server, not wasting the whole map.
Well, they're starting to sweep in towards that top floor. And having that Dokkaebi be great for pushing out those roamers who, once more, are situated in towards open area. I think DPlus are just going to run it back, do the exact same strategy of what they had last time, playing towards open, fall off when they feel as though they're going to get pressured out. So it is just going to be that timing issue for E36. It's how quickly can they clear away those roamers and still leave them themselves ample time to start moving in and clearing out the Goyo canisters, which caused them the issues the last time.
That was very fast.
Yeah, they've done it in pretty good time. So a minute 46 just to formulate your rest of the attack. Should be pretty cut and dry. It's just going to be fouls again. It depends how many fouls takes with him, because obviously he's over towards blue stairs, and that player, typically he doesn't really live to see the end of the round. He usually dies off, one of the first people out, but it just depends how many players he takes with him.
Yeah, the key here is opening up the server hatch, opening up the A hatch, making sure there's no retreat opportunity. Now, server hatch has been opened, and we're seeing Falls again try to contest just like he did last time around. Goyo, Vulcan on his position. Middy's also fallen back, so there's not much of a crossfire here for him. Falls, though, this is a great Candela. No capitalization, though. On the back of it, Falls absolutely cooked in the fire by Jin. That is perfect from Enderforce. They've got the numbers advantage, and they've got plenty of time to go for this execute.
The Sky is highlighted for the second time now. That Goyo canister just refuses to be popped. Maybe they might want to think about changing that up if Falls just is refusing to use that.
Another
Keep that
kill.
for sight if they can.
This is the round,
This
surely.
is looking a lot better. Yeah, has to be.
How on earth do DPlus win it from here? We've got 2 Nitro cells to deny that plant and that Vulcan canister. There's only going to be 10 seconds left on the clock, Demo, by the time that this fire subsides, and then there'll still be those 2 C4s. However, Nears is going for a retake. He's being supported as well by Bullet. They're going to have to land these shots, though, but Enforce decide it's time to flood the side. Nina will take down Bullet. Mini completely obliterated in the hallway. It's all up to Nears now. He drops down the hatch to his death, and Enforce finally get that basement attack across the line.
Yeah, much better timing. You know, whenever you leave yourself with a minute 45 to start moving in towards server, you know you don't have to play against that smoke or that Tachanka. It is just the Goyo canisters that you have to get yourself through. I mean, Bullet obviously made the attempt at the flank, but if just 1 second quicker, he would have been able to kill the Dokkaebi. And then maybe could have played spoiler over towards the hatch, looking in towards CC, but just wasn't meant to be. So E36, you know, like I said, James, during the pre-match, they have not been a bad team. Yes, they have not got a win yet at this stage in the competition, but really fine margins. You know, they have had really close games against, especially against some of the bigger teams. You know, you think about the run of fixtures that they had. They had SCARZ into a FEARX, into a PSG. You know, tough games. You know, they still got the likes of Kinotrope. You've still got Mere Gaming on the horizon for them as well. You know, those are the games that I thought they would get their wins from. Would it be against DPlus? I don't know if I would have said that during the start of the day.
Yeah, who knows? Remains to be seen. Of course, Demo, a lot of people talk about Bank being the one map in our pool that tends to skew to the attacker favor. Occasionally, other maps do enter that conversation, but Bank tends to be the one that attack has got a much better shot on. And yes, that basement is very hard to attack, Demo. It's very possible, as we just saw. Very hard. All these other bomb sites, though, can be quite challenging to defend, especially once the attack gets a man advantage. So we'll see. DPlus still have 2 rounds left to potentially win this half. I do feel like Enforce is really starting to garner some respect here.
Windows. All about the windows in towards this top floor. That's obviously something that DPlus want to put an end to, as they've brought in the castle to give them that second layer.
Mind if
Even
I
have a
highlight
clash
something,
as well.
Yeah, I was...
Yeah.
You read my mind, mate. I was about to say, this is the first day of Stage 2 that I've casted where Clash is not quarantined. So,
Yeah,
she's now
back,
available
yeah.
to be played again. And, yeah, Nears is jumping straight on that here. I think it could be very challenging for Enforce to deal with.
And what I like about the clash as well is, typically for this top floor, James, we see 2 attacks. It's either spiral plus windows or square plus windows. So either which way the opponents are going to attack, you just bring the clash to that side, and
Oh my
now
God.
straight away they know it's going to be the square take. He's lost the shield, but that's a great trade-off. The shield for the Thermite, the only way they're going to get into that bomb site? Yeah, I'll take that trade any day of the week.
Absolutely free there for DPlus, and Bullet's going to double down as well, taking down Ying. That's the X factor, the cheeky little bit of spice that might have brought Enforce a little bit of luck, but not to be. Now it's vertically Nina down below trying to find something. Harper will find a pick. He just went fishing and Levy gave it up. Nears already low HP, as you said, his shield destroyed. So he's pretty much just a low HP average weapon with low, not a great position. I mean, it's not massive there for DPlus. This is winnable here for the attack.
Oh, those long angles though, James. That's what they're up against. They just don't have the info, I don't think, for Interforce here. The thing that goes against them, and you look at what Fal still has. He has the Echo. He still has those yokai drones to feed that info out to the rest of his team in a very safe position too, inside of Elevator. Well, speaking of the Echo, I speak too soon. Caster's Curse always happens, James.
I assume he might still have one active. Now, the mirror. The site's still reinforced. He will have to go in from this other angle that Buck has opened for him. There's a contest, though, from the Stalk hallway. Akasu's going to try and force the plant regardless, as the cover in the hallway from Nina is successful. Harper doubles down, and suddenly the round is flipped on its head. It's up to Falls and Bullet now. As the Echo gets active, it's up to Bullet as he sleeks his way up into the site and finds the final 2 kills. DPlus again take the lead on Bank.
Don't know if he needed to swing in there, James. surely he could just sat in the window and cover the cross. No, is that? I mean, obviously that is such a risky plant position of where he's went.
I mean,
really could have got killed from multiple angles, but
there was no perfect.
You know, in
position
hindsight,
there.
obviously it's difficult to call because obviously in that scenario, we've seen that Bullet didn't actually see the planter, and he would have had to have crossed in the way of the windows to get that kill. So it is a case of, you know, should he, you know, it's one of those. It's one of those topics which is always tough to call.
Yeah.
Again, look, just try to do my job. You don't have to try to speculate what could have happened. But
the problem was
it's a very tough one to call.
They could have pushed through Janitor, and they could have pushed through.
Yeah, Janitor.
They could have pushed deep inside, and he can't cover both those angles at once. So I think that's why he decided to get aggressive. But I think perhaps his teammates should have maybe not stuck the plan. Maybe they should have just said, okay, we're going to gun up for a minute.
They could have played kills there, maybe.
Yeah, go for kills.
Yeah.
Also a very risky play, but that's the nature of the situation. You know, you've got to take a risk no matter what. Now we'll see last round of the half demo. Last round we get to see with these bans, unless we get overtime. Is DPlus going to afford to it, or will Interforce bring it back? Because even a 3-3 here, as we said, it's not GG. I mean, DPlus could very much bring it back from a 3-3 if they lose this next round. Being on the unfavored side at the moment and being on the favored side of attack in just a moment. This is a very cheeky spot from Mears.
He is one with the plant.
I've never seen this play before, but I would not be surprised if he doesn't get droned.
This is so ratty. But I feel so it might work.
Literally never seen this
I
before.
don't know why.
This is insane. So cooked. They're not going to drone him. Watch this, watch this. Oh, they droned him! Come on, surely. Pretend you haven't seen him. Pretend you've missed drone.
Yeah.
Harper's going to get it. This is perfect. Is he going to find the angle?
Oh.
This is dodgy. Oh, Nears is actually going to escape. A little bit too much hesitation there from Interforce, and it does allow that cheeky little rat to get back to site.
I love how nonchalant they tried to play that off as well. Like, oh no, don't worry, we don't see you, we don't see you. And then he just kind of slowly turned the drone and started pinging him. Oh, it's very, very funny. Yeah. Now we go into obviously the open area, and I think this is a must-win round. I think for Interforce, I think you need to be getting that even split. It would be exactly the same scoreline as what they would have had against SCARZ. It was an even split there as well. So yeah, I think it's a must here for Interforce. But as we know, they had issues here in the open area the last time, and it was just down to good information, but they banned the Valkyrie away, so you don't have to worry about that this time around. Then obviously the Castle and the Izami, you know, those fortification operators creating those layers of protection. That was another thing they struggled with. But as you can see, they've got the Flores, they've got the Sophia. There should be no issues with that whatsoever.
It's the problem for Interforce. How slow do they play it? One advantage for them this time compared to the last attack onto this bomb site. There's no Valkyrie to worry about. That was how Falls got so aggressive, but there are other obstacles to deal with. For example, these mute jammers from Levy, which are preventing the Selmas from breaching open this wall onto site, and that keeps Falls safe as houses, protected in his position. Somehow there is one of the mute jammers rather taken down. He's going to try and impact it as well. He's got cover behind this keeper barrier. He swings on out, finds the first one, almost gets Moogie as well. As Interforce are dropping like flies, Moogie will find one kill. Out comes the Deagle, converting another kill for Falls. He's been unstoppable and indomitable today. And Bullet goes tripling down. DPlus dominate the first half, a 4-2 split, leaving Interforce in the dust.
Yeah, strong half from DPlus. In the open area, good for two. Two open area rounds, one. You don't see that all too often, but DPlus have got that nailed to a T. And now this is where things start to get scary for Interforce. Like I mentioned the last time they played this map on Bank, they were only good for free defenses, and they were also only good for free attacks. And you kind of mentioned as well, James, that we think Bank does lean into that attacker-sided meta, just because of the way, obviously, top floor and usually open area like to play out. But even basement as well, again, still possibilities for, you know, attackers to win basement. Yes, it's a difficult bomb site, but it still happens. But the bans usually paint a bigger story for us, so we kind of understand how the rounds are going to be played out. And if you look at those bans, I mean, completely different than what we've seen in our first half. We see a Ying and a Dokkaebi, obviously two operators which are great for the execution. And then you see a Castle and a Mira, two of the reinforcement operators that we also like to talk about. Very strange ban. I mean, I just think the bans have been very not kind of what we're used to seeing in the other regions. You know, like I mentioned, it's always usually a Cade, and then the double Heartbreacher ban. But neither team wanting to go for that here today.
Yeah, the operator that I think ended up being really impactful here is Falls' Azami on both of those rounds, holding on to Star for him. He was instrumental in holding on to that position despite the wall getting breached open. Both rounds, he was happy to play around his keeper barriers and stay alive and do a hell of a lot of damage too. Now, DPlus on the attack, Enforce on their defense, like you said. A couple of different bans coming on out. The Smoke and Tachanka have snuck on through. The Valkyrie is in. It's Mira and Castle gotten rid of. What to say for Enforce on this defense as they try and hold on.
Again, because Cade's up, it just forces the attackers into having to bring the Maverick, which you can see that Falls has obviously done, just to make sure that they can get those hatches open if they had to go up against the electrifications, but not going to be the case. Obviously for DPlus in their lineup, you've got a very strong kind of execution-based lineup. You've got the Grim, and you've also got the Sense. Grim obviously going to be used to dump just a massive amount of bees in towards Red Hall, and then you can only assume that the Sense is going to be used potentially go for a hatch drop. That's the way I see Sense be used a lot of the time, is not necessarily for your traditional default plant where you just open up the wall and try and go for the blind spot. It will be used in conjunction with just smoking out the entire bomb site and then just planting in like a random position inside a CC that just nobody's really prepped for from a defensive perspective. So I think that's probably how they're going to play things out. But as always, server hold is going to be in place. It's going to be down to the Warden to see how many kills he takes before he eventually does get killed, because that is usually what happens to him.
So what's the best way to kill a Warden when you can't flash in? You got one nade left available from Nears. What's the best way to clear him out?
Changing mag.
Deimos tracking, that should be pretty simple. You know, Deimos into the quick peek usually works that for a lot of the teams. Just put that Warden under as much pressure as you can. Even if you want to use a Grim, you can as well. You know, Grim, just give him constant pings onto him and go for the easy swings, which, as you can see, they're doing so. In goes the Grim, forces them down, and C4 almost gets the kill somehow. How on earth has Jin been able to get away with just the one kill? Fully Grim, they knew exactly where he was. What a botched attempt there from Nears.
Well worth it there for Jin, finding that kill onto the Deimos. DPlus, at least they have finally now cleared blue stairs. They've got server control, but still lots of work to be done, clearing out the Vulcan canisters. 2 are down, and there's going to be plenty of time to go for the execute, except for the fact that we still have a C4 available, and we still have the smokes. Plus, Harper has found a long angle onto Levy amidst the Sen's light wall from Midi up above, perhaps trying to threaten a potential plant. If it does end up successful here for DPlus, it's got to be Midi on the back of these Sen's light walls, finding the success for DPlus.
Maybe Maverick a hole in the wall. Yeah, maybe he's going to try and see if he can open up that default plant position. And like you mentioned, using the Sense just to cover it. But does he have the time? I mean, 20 seconds. Still one more smoke available for Nina. Oh, a backstab to try and put pressure on the smoke. This could work.
This is the win condition here for Bullet. He has to have a big impact on his push in from the rear side, but Harper is actively watching from down in the hallway, but Bullet takes him down regardless. The C4 is a miss. The smoke has been killed. Falls, though, is the last man standing. He has to plant into red time, and he will not be able to secure it. Enforce kicking off their defense in style.
Did you see that as well, Jake, from Falls? He completely botched the breach. He didn't open it big enough that he could fit through. Yeah. That was another big blunder, which, I mean, in the end didn't really matter because the rest of his team died, but still. Little things like that. You actually thought here, whenever Bullet got this kill, I was thinking, wow, they're in here. You know, it gives them a really good opportunity, but nothing came from it. DPlus. I do feel as though DPlus, probably 2 kills. 2 kills, I think that they gave up pretty foolishly. 1, obviously losing out against that Warden. You know, that Warden should always be dead with the util that you've used. And then 2, just Levy getting killed from a long angle, just, you know, randomly inside a server. You know, little kills like that, those kind of cheap kills that you give away, that needs to be tidied up here for DPlus.
Definitely. Oh, one thing I will say to DPlus's credit is they were much faster at that attack compared to Enforce. If DPlus didn't have to deal with the smoke and the jungle, like if that's what they had banned, then yeah, it would have been a really, really quick execute for them. They would have had so much time available. Enforce maybe can take some notes at how quick DPlus are, particularly at that map clear, that first and second phase of the round before you clear server. Regardless, we go to the top floor for Enforce on the defense, and they too, Demo, will bring out the clash.
No surprise. Strong operator. Talked about her plenty of times. Really good against the shields, you know. I was talking to Rob earlier in our Lair game, and I was saying that I actually think shields are in a really bad spot at the moment. Like, as much as what shields do get banned, and yes, they're still strong, but it's like the toughest that they've been to play in quite a while. And I don't know if it is just because Clash is just such a consistent pick now for a lot of defenders, and then also the rise of Ela. For whatever reason, Ela, I don't know why, has seen such a massive sky rise in operator picks as well. And even the addition of the Denari. Just a lot of operators these days do really well against the shields, and it's just, yeah, it's not fun. I've actually fell in love with the shields, and, you know, James, I've been playing that for a very long time. You know, it's not nice falling out of love with something.
I mean, they saw quite a few buffs, and now they've seen quite a few nerfs. And with the amount of ways that they can be guard broken, it's not a lot of fun to play a shield these days, especially when you're going up against your Elas and your clashes. Ela's gun got a bit of a buff, and Denari obviously has that weapon now as well. So a lot of players are more comfortable playing that operator these days. Also had a few changes to secondary gadgets in recent seasons. Shadow buffs and small buffs over and over again. Wow, this is a bit of a creative use of the Sens. Nias goes straight on in and starts planting. Mugi will force down the shield and spray through the smoke to take down that planter. And the push for DPlus has been successfully thwarted.
The only operator who can do that, you know, having the shield and defense is so powerful. For that exact reason, you can face check a lot of things. The backstab is going to be failed there from Levy. And it looks as though DPlus, this attempted rush, has came crashing down around them. That clash, how do you ever remove that? You can't. You've got no util, no nades, no fire arrows, no nothing. So yeah, this should be a round for Interforce. And DPlus, it's a risk that you take whenever you go for the rushes. Yes, they have a massive payoff if it goes down, but if it doesn't, then, hey, that's on you. You went for it.
Yeah. That's it. DPlus had a nice little idea, but the problem was they had no way to deal with Mugi. Speaking of, Falls is now taking him down, worrying about a second one. Akasu swings in. All up to Bullet. They know exactly where he is. Nina's got the long angle over from the front office, and the scoreline has been tied here. Interforce, they might have struggled a little bit on their attacks, Demo, but on defense, they are looking locked in.
Yeah, two really impressive defensive rounds as well. Obviously, one of a traditional take, you know, burn the clock down, just set the turtle inside a basement, but reactiveness there from Mugi has to be highlighted. You know, the savior of that round, that diffuser goes down, trying to retake onto those windows, James, we know is so difficult. Didn't you have like I'm pretty sure I seen like a round of you where there was like a win, like something happened on those windows?
Yeah, so it was
if I'm not mistaken.
It was last stage. It was in OS. I believe it was Enterprise. Can't remember which team they played against, but yeah, they had players jump out the CEO windows. Even though you can't aim down sights while falling anymore, they still jumped out and successfully retook by jumping out and hip firing. So yeah, stranger things have happened, but yeah, it's harder than ever to retake onto that bomb site. Once the plant goes down, it really was, like you said, Mugi instrumental with the clash in making sure that his team won that round. Like we said, Demo, score is tied. DPlus, they looked good on defense, but attack is where we expect the teams to find a little bit more fruit on bank. Hasn't been the case in the last two rounds for the Brazilians.
Well, this is the open area, though. This is the third played bomb site, and typically one that we see attackers have a pretty good time with. Interforce would lead you to believe otherwise, but no, I can assure you open area does favor the attackers. Here's yes. Stealthily moves into top square, and see if you can find an early pick. There's a player prone. James right beside him, the other side of that wall, but instead he looks towards Teller's Narcas. Oh! Moogie is so locked in today, James. Nothing is getting by that guy.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Moogie's had a phenomenal match so far. 8 kills, and a lot of them very instrumental. That one in particular, Midi is now chasing for a refrag. We're not likely to find it as Moogie continues to fall on back. The smoke to support, and safe back into sight there for Enterforce. A lot of ground taken there for DPlus, but keep in mind that Nina is still up above, and if Levy repels on in, he's a dead man.
The flyer, I think, with the way that DPlus are approaching this round, I mean, a lot of the basic stuff just isn't being done. They're trying to skip a lot of steps, and obviously that being given to Nears as he was taken out. Opening up quad wall whenever you know that there's still a player upstairs is so risky, but it is paying off for them at the moment, and as you can see, it does give them a way into the bomb site, but oh dear. The blips, the shield, the operator who actually would just walk into the site and go for the plant, James, is gone. The win con, I believe, is dead and buried for DPlus. I don't know how they make it out of this alive.
Well, consolation pick, Moogie finally taken down. Oh, it's, by the way, nice to see Moogie finally finding a home again. He's been bouncing around the APAC region for a little while after his stint on Exist and then getting picked up by the old Japanese Fnatic roster. Hasn't been on any really notable teams for a while, and then just recently joined Enterforce, a team that's seen roster upgrade after roster upgrade to finally be properly competitive in this region. And he's taken down, but there's still a lot of work to be done. Midi and Levy together, working on this staff room as Bullet goes to regroup up the blue stairs. Out comes the fire, and from the window, some sprays from Levy to try and support. Straight into the middle of side, it's Akasu. He takes the fight and wins it. Over on the blue stairs, the plant's going down, but the Yokais will deny it. Akasu, slippery as he is, will deny the plant as well. Nina coming all the way around to find the final kill for Enterforce. They've taken the lead, and they're making DPlus work far harder than they would have expected to.
I would struggle to find 3 defense rounds on Bank back to back as clean as what they have been. Like, 3 completely different scenarios as well that they've had to deal with each time. 1, a traditional take that you've had to try and turtle up against in towards the basement. Yeah, worked out well. You did the basics right. 2, you've had to try and stop the top floor rush. You've done that as well. And then 3rd, you had to try and defend against a really weird quick approach with a nuke trying to backstab within the first minute. And then they try and open up quad ball, will take, really weird attack, and they still dealt with that well. So 3 completely different attacks, and every single one has been dealt with ease. It's been really simple. I feel for Interforce, they really haven't sweated at any turn here. Everything was controlled. They knew what they were doing. Synergy. Whenever they're doing stuff, James, they're doing it together. The teamwork is there. It's impeccable.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Teams live or die, not by individual plays, not by some big brain strats, but how they work together as a team. It's more true in Rainbow Six than almost any other game out there. And Enterforce, they're the ones with that magical chemistry right now. DPlus historically have looked really well together. They're individually very talented players, and they've been together for quite some time now in this 5 roster, whereas Enterforce, like I said, roster change after roster change, and yet here they are, clicking together, taking the lead over DPlus, 1 round away from a guaranteed overtime. I wouldn't be surprised, Demo, if they win it, and that would be pretty monumental for Enterforce to win their first game in APL Stage 2 against the the runners-up of last stage. That would be unbelievable.
Well, I think if Mirror Gaming can beat them, I'm sure anyone could probably beat them, but at that launching, James, isn't it? I think Plus already shown that they have losses in them. But yeah, honestly, Interforce, mentioned they're not a bad team. Yes, they haven't won, but it was such fine margins with how they lost games. But this is where, they're showing it again. They can play really good Siege whenever they're on it, and I think their bank is looking like a night and day difference. Look, am I going to sit here and say that DPlus have played great Siege? No. I think DPlus, the way that they've played, is so risky. Like, it's such high risk, high reward. You think about that nuke, trying to get them in straight away. Yes, the benefit is you take early map control, and you completely just rumble the defense. We're like, how is the guy already inside of Taylor from the Archives at, a minute into the round? But the backfire is then, if he doesn't get those kills, well, we've seen the end result of that. So, yeah, that's the only thing for DPlus. They need to slow it down. Like, they are moving way too fast.
No, I think you're onto something here, Demo. Of course, we do need to admit that Enderforce are looking a lot better than previously, but we can't deny that DPlus are a shadow of their former selves. In Stage 1, they were a real deadly beast in the region, and now, I mean, they've already lost, like you said, to Mia Gaming. If they lose to Enderforce as well, that's losses to the bottom 2 teams from Stage 1. It really does recontextualize not just how they're doing right now, but of course their whole season. Whether they're able to qualify for events like the top 4 from APAC North, of course, going through to the APAC Major Qualifier in Australia, PAX Melbourne. We'll see. On the back of this Monty push, perhaps they can find their mojo again.
Oh, I think this is going to be a successful round here for DPlus, and the reason why is they don't have any denial, James. The C4 operator was on the roam, and he's been taken out, so it should be a simple plant here, but never mind. How on earth?
What?
How have they gotten the kills? The
What?
Monty left, the Monty left to deal with the roamers.
What?
No.
Demo! What was that? They had the Monty push. They had the flank cover from all the way up on the roof. They found the pick under the player at bottom of square. And like you said, Enderforce had absolutely no plant denial whatsoever. The C4 died on the roam game right here. And yet it did not pan out for DPlus. No, not at all.
How's the Lion dying on Skylight, by the way? Who's killed him? Oh my. I mean, give credit though to the Interforce. They realize, hey guys, we've got absolutely nothing for a multi-plant. We just need the retake. They sent everybody bar 1 upstairs. Everyone went for the retake, and they just fired body after body after body. I mean, the Monty leaving, I find so strange. They could have easily went for the plant there. So easily. There was nothing stopping them. But, I don't know, just they were worried about the flank.
Yeah, and the flank did end up coming through in spades. Well, what to say now for DPlus other than it's now or never. 2 more rounds to push OT, but I don't think we're going to get them. Demo, I think Enderforce might have this one in the bag, and a full 3 points would be huge. After the heartbreak of losing to SCARZ in their opening playday when they were so close to taking down a team that's been at the top of Japan for such a long time, Enderforce never having a significant win over them and struggling to close it out. And then, of course, Enderforce getting close, but no cigar against both FEARX and Talon. Could they finally find their first win here in Stage 2 over the Brazilians?
What I want to know is the Talent members, who predicted this?
Ooh.
That's what I want to know.
I think we actually did have 1 or 2 I saw.
Yeah.
Strangely, I want to know.
Let me have a look, see.
Yeah, please.
Let me have a look. Yeah. Okay.
Who was it?
It looks like...
Was it Ace and
yeah,
Dez?
him and Dez predicted Enderforce to win.
I have a feeling it was them.
Of course. Of course.
Yeah. Amazing. Not surprised at all. Of course, they'll be bringing you guys Asia after this APAC North Playdate concludes. But for now, we have to tend to the matter at hand, which is that Enderforce are defending this top floor. They've brought out the Maestro for the first time. We've seen DPlus try and go for these cheeky little executes in smokes. They've used a hell of a lot of that Sens demo as well, and yet it has been fraught.
Reloading ammo. Lance online.
Obviously, square take. This is the idea here from DPlus. Obviously, with the Thermite, getting that wall open is going to be the priority. We'll give them that access in to try and attempt that plant, and they've done so successfully. They haven't lost the Thermite. Still, see for Interforce here, James, just wanting to sit in their hands. They know they don't need to do anything.
In a way.
A little flank there from Nina to take out 1 for the trade, but still, that's a Grim. That's a great operator to take down.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I mean, Nina's got 12 kills to 5 deaths. Of course, he's going to go for plays like that. It is worthwhile. It's a hell of a lot of util taken out. And look at this flank. Akasu is actually going to fall back downstairs. But the gates have opened onto the objective. There's a Nitro cell, perhaps prepped from Akasu. Has he already used it? It does detonate, but doesn't find
Missed
its
it.
mark. It goes for his flank, and this could be the opening for Interforce. Mini's on the floor. Interforce just have to retake now, and Akazu's found another. How do they make it work with the players on the rappel, though? Nears and Bullet have to play this perfectly. As Bullet on the upside down rappel whips out the DMR. Mugi will fall, and DPlus stay alive.
Oh, just about. I mean, great shots there from Akazu. I mean, unbelievable, especially with that gun. It's not an easy thing to do. But that is always going to be the issue with that top floor, James. If that diffuser gets planted, retaking onto those windows is sometimes nigh impossible, you know, and that's exactly what happened there for DPlus. Getting that diffuser down was the main thing. As soon as that diffuser was planted, you just knew they were going to win because they're repelling just on the windows. It's so free for them. Yeah, again, Interforce, just that C4 miss. I think that's probably what came in to bite them. And that C4 landed, James, utter carnage then just unfolds in that round. You know, DPlus will be absolutely stunned, but it just could never really find the guy planting the diffuser. That guy went missing.
Yeah, without a doubt. Like, if that had been a successful plant denial, there's no way that that plant ends up going down when they replace the player. One last chance now to get the full 3 points here for Interforce. And they go to Staff Room. They could have retried that top floor, but no, not to be. They're going and switching things up again. Are they going to be ready for whatever DPlus bring to the table? DPlus constantly going for plant-based execution, not going for kills. They're trying to smoke up, they're trying to send up, they're trying to go for plants. Last time we went to this bomb site, it was a bit of an embarrassing attack from DPlus. Ended up getting a lot of re-aggression from Interforce. They found the opening kill. In fact, it's been every single round of this half Interforce who have found the opening kill demo. DPlus have really struggled in this early round on the attacking side.
Oh. 6-5. DPlus. Still not out of it just yet. Open area. The last time for DPlus. They tried something cheeky. They tried to just full send a nuke within the first minute of the round into Tellers and Archives. And, well, James, they still have the nuke. Doesn't look to be the same approach. Again, slow and steady, I think, is the way that DPlus need to play it. Don't need to rush things. Take your time with it. It's a good bomb site for the attackers. We know that. Get upstairs, do a lot of good vertical work. Hatches open. Those players inside the site under pressure. Now, they will be dealing with roamers here, James. You've got two players who were in and around the top floor. It looks as though Harper has actually left the play just in and around the staircase. Still got that Solus inside of Mating who can rotate in towards Janitor with the rotations that they made themselves. And hatch open as well. Yep, hatch is there and can safely drop down it.
What I really love here is the synergy from Interforce between the operated picks they've gone for and the way that they're playing it. So they're going into heavy roams. They're doing that with plenty of information on the back of the Echo, the Valkyrie, and of course, the Solus, who's just been absolutely obliterated here by Levy. Not to mention, Mugi with the cap can's going to make it very difficult to lurk in. Akasu spotted! Another beautiful shot for Levy. Mugi goes down. Just maybe there's a way back into overtime for DPlus on the back of a couple of nasty shots here from the Nook.
Perfectly played backstab. Comes in through ATMs. Able to pick up 2 kills. Again, it's just that pressure now that the defenders are, under. Knowing that this player is still lurking in around lobby, in towards Tellers and Archives. They've actually let him cross in now.
This is a freebie.
Try and retake it, perhaps. I mean,
wow.
This is tense enough, but Nier's able to find another one. Looks like OT is where we're headed to, James.
Oh, yeah, I don't think this is going to work. And Harper's now been spotted. DPlus can shape up and really focus on the other side of the map on Staff Room, go for an execute without dealing with open area, but Mugi from the grave with one of those Capcan traps finds Niers. No more.
Loading new mag.
Is the recruit. That striker has been struck down. Jin can relocate back into side as well. DPlus need to make a move.
Yakko. All he has to do is just stay alive and just hope that Harper can help him, but really for DPlus, soon as they get the info on where the remaining 2 defenders are, James, it should just be a quick flood. They have that man advantage.
They've wasted so much time. That's what they've done here. Enterforce can just continue burning it down. Jin to find a headshot. Spots out another one. He's all alone in the 1v2, but he is the Echo after all. All he has to do is deny the plant mid. He's low HP, but Bullet strikes him down. DPlus will not go down without every fight left in them. We're going the distance here, Demo. It's overtime.
Almost there. I actually thought he was going to kill the IQ, but no, just could not control that bearing well enough. Yeah, DPlus did not look great in those first few attacks, but because of the strong defensive half that they had, it was enough to get them to this point, get them to OT. Interforce were leading 6-4, don't forget, and they have just let it slip these 2 rounds, and well, both teams, they will walk away with a point each, but we still got 1 more point up for grabs, and see who takes it. Interforce on the defense. This is the favored side based on what we've just witnessed. And they go straight into that basement.
Where does this land us though, Demo? Overtime, who comes out ahead? DPlus, I mean, credit to them, the grit to bring it back from 6-4 down. And they continue on the attacking side as well. Only 1, 2 of these. 2 is all they'll need. 2 more is all they'll need to get this in the bank. I mean, this round feels very decisive for me, Demo. If DPlus is able to win this attack, that's 3 in a row.
Yeah, breaks it,
Quite a sweep. That momentum they'll carry into their own defense where they looked very comfortable. Interforce really struggled on their attacking side. This feels like a turning point here for DPlus. If they can get this next round, if they can get match point, I think they'll win it.
Interesting choice here for DPlus, because obviously we've seen them attack this bomb site 2 times. The first time it is more or less the exact same lineup that we're seeing here, I think minus the Deimos because it's been banned and they've had the substitute in now. I believe Flores for that. The second time we... Oh, I mean...
Yeah, okay.
I mean, it's a 1-for-1 trade, but not doing the drone work is questionable there for DPlus, but... Like I said, the second time they attacked it, James, they went for just a Monty push in for server, and that didn't work either. So they're reverting back to the first attack that they went for in hopes that they can get it over the line. And well, yes, they've lost the Flores, but then again, I feel as though Flores would probably have been used to try and clear that player away from Blue Stairs, and you've basically just killed, you know, the prime suspect for playing Blue Stairs, of course, that being the Warden, so it's not a bad trade.
It's true, but on the other hand, whenever teams have even man count trades, the defense tends to be favored because they've got the advantageous positions, especially on a bomb site like basement here. You can play the power positions like Red Hallway. Credit to DPlus though, they've got plenty of hard breach in these tin can openers to open up the rest of these hatches. I think the A side hatch actually is still yet to be opened though. Yeah, it's getting worked on here by Falls.
Oh, it's messy.
Yeah, it is very messy with the Maverick. Finally done.
I do see a bit of a wild card pick though from Interforce, James.
Yeah.
And Oryx. And Oryx in the basement.
Oh, he's up in the lobby already.
There we
You
go.
said his name and he immediately jumps up from Vault. I don't think they're locking this down. Nobody seems to be aware of it. There was no drone watching it from Nears as well. If he bides his time, he has the perfect way to end the party for DPlus. And there it is. The first strike for Nina. And it could be the nail in the coffin for DPlus. Levy goes down. The drone spots him far too late. And he can continue dashing around. DPlus now has to decide, well, we can't expose ourselves up to the hatch, but how do we go for an execute when there are players behind us and players in front of us? Midi and Bullet are looking a little bit lost. They're going for a wander. They're going to have to go for a back take down these hatches and the staircases. So they do. They need to find their entries, but Harper holds the line as Bullet emerges from the elevator. Midi goes hunting, chasing for one back, but Mugi's got him dead to rights. Falls, trapped in the site, amidst the chaos and the smoke. Interforce, they've got another match point to behold.
I seen the Oryx pick, James, and it only means one thing. On a basement like that, and you don't see him rolling upstairs, it's going to be used for jumping up the hatches for in the late portions of the round. And look, I think that was a pretty early flank, but I actually like it. And the reason why, yes, it's early, but the reason why it's worked is was 4 players alive, right? That means that's 4 less players who could be watching death cameras. There was only 1 player who was dead, that being the Flores. He was holding on to the main stairs flank cam, James.
Yeah.
So he was never going to be expecting, you know, an Oryx, you know, watching out on like maybe a lobby flank cam, whatever it is, expecting an Oryx jump up the hatch. That would never cross the minds of DPlus. So the fact that he went early before a lot of bodies started hitting the floor to then cover more flank cams actually worked out really, really well for him. So yeah.
I mean,
He was the danger man in that, you know, in that round, and it paid, you know, perfection. The way he done that was, yeah, beautiful.
And he only found 1 kill as well, Demo, but you know why it was worth its weight in gold and why he played it perfectly? Like you said, he did it early enough that it wasn't, DPlus weren't already like on the verge of executing. They couldn't just say, oh, we're getting flagged, okay, execute now. If we win our fights, we win the round. No, he was early enough that they still had a lot of work to do. They couldn't just go in, go deep. It was also late enough that there wasn't anyone still in the map going, like, finishing their roam clears. No, everyone was already ready to execute. They were in their execute positions. And also, he didn't go for the second kill on the second player in server. If he goes for the second one and dies, it doesn't matter there. I mean, he's gone 1 for 1.
Sees the drone and just thinks,
exactly.
Just go.
He's like, all right, well, you don't know. I could be on the hatch. I could be flanking your other teammates. I could be anywhere. Nina played it to perfection. He's had an insane game. Him and Moogie both 13 kills each. As we've had a couple of the DPlus guys hit double digits as well. There's no Vulcan canister this time here in server. Makes me wonder, is DPlus going to perhaps give up server a little bit earlier this time and focus up on the late round in the site?
Not as though Falls was using it anyway, you know, like I mentioned, just waste it. You, Till. He's fighting with the Ossa here, so an Ossa, he's going to make themselves known, and in goes the Blackbeard. I mean, Falls, if you get out of this one, I will be amazed. He will keep off one side and hopes that his teammate will cover the other, but the Goyo canister has killed his teammate.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that is an absolute nightmare. Still, though, Levy able to kill 1. That is the Habana, but he's still got the Thermite. You know, double hard breach being bought just in case something goes wrong. Interforce have got it covered. But this also, though, James, and they have nothing for it.
Yeah. No Monty, no Blitz, doesn't matter. We've got the Blackbeard and we've got the Ossa, and together the shields make quick work of taking server control. This is exactly what we were talking about in the first half demo. We need Interforce to capitalize on the fact that they've got the smoke and the Chanka bans by getting server control early in the round. Now they can spend a minute and a half threatening this plant.
They've nothing. No C4s, no impacts. I mean, yes, those Goyos will be popped, but like we mentioned, you can plant long angle. I don't know why he isn't just setting the shield up and just... Yeah. It's weird that they're not just fully setting it now, because they very well could be. And that hatch being shut, though, that's the issue. If you reinforce that hatch, you're setting yourself up just to be absolutely obliterated from a server-side attack. So, yeah, he has to walk down blue, and he's never going to be able to do so. And Mookie can plant here for absolutely free. Nothing's going to be able to stop him. This should be an Interforce round. However, Bullet somehow kills Harper.
They have to swing. That's the only way to win now for DPlus, and it's all up to Bullet. He's been on this flank, and he shoots Jin down. Beautiful shot from the slug shotty straight between the eyes, but now he's got to deal with these Osa shield positions. Akasu is just staring him down. Moogie's not far as well as Nias crawls over for information. Akasu a flashbang over. Moogie is still in the dirt tunnel, and there's no way for Bullet to play this other than to wait to be picked by 2 players at once. The game is done. Surely it's done. It is indeed. Moogie swings and finds the final kill. And with that, Interforce have broken their losing streak. They've taken a win over the Brazilians and finally put themselves on the standings.
And very, very well deserved, James. I mean, a fantastic game of Bank being played out from Interforce. Yes, I think their opening attacks is certainly something to work on, but those defenses, particularly the first opening 3 that they had, James, I thought were fantastic. And that last round as well, to break that curse, winning that attacking round in towards that basement. Yeah, just the cherry on top.
Oh, it's a massive win for Interforce and calamity for DPlus. Of course, next up we have CAG taking on PSG, so stick around for more APL.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Yep, see that right there? I feel like you need to get around that.
It's a bit of an upgrade. You sure?
Yeah, I am.
Oh, okay.
All right, so, Bappin, for my last question, I actually I dialed up one of your friends, and we had a little bit of a comment from our dear friend and fellow player, Lunchbox, and he had something to say. We were asking him, what he thought about you as a player.
Bappin is Fisher Guy made. So last stage, Bappin didn't make playoffs, so he came bottom 2 out of 8 teams, and without Fisher Guy telling him how to breathe, he doesn't know how to play the game.
Take a big bite out of that one. You see all the good red stuff?
No.
Get around all that, all of it. Yep, yeah, the lick. Yeah. So, what do you have to say to Lunchbox and the rest of the region?
I think he's right. But I didn't have Fish, but I also had President, so it's like two ends of the spectrum, you know? I'm sure he knows he's President's his coach, and that's why he came second.
How you doing there?
It's good.
You want some water?
No.
I feel like you need to really get around this because, oh my god. I really shouldn't have licked it. Can you just do that as well? Can you?
No.
Oh my god. You see that little red bit there? Flip it. Yep. See that right there? I feel like you need to get around that.
It's a bit of an upgrade.
Oh my god. Okay, I'm sorry. These first two were.
Yeah.
These first two were piss weak.
I wasn't ready.
That third one was serious.
It's not even that hot.
So you played box in stage 1. Bit more of a challenge than you expected, perhaps.
What do you mean?
I mean, he played pretty well, didn't he? The whole team did pretty well.
Yeah, they did alright.
No?
I don't know. I wouldn't be happy with second place. So.
We were second last place a year ago.
Yeah, but now we're up, so it's sure.
Okay. Well, maybe Box is onto something. Maybe Fisher Guy is the difference for you. So what do you reckon is the difference between you and Lunchbox then? As players, your teams?
I think maybe he got reached out to play in my position, maybe before all the stuff was, like trials were going on for AXO. And I think one thing that stood out for him was how immature he was. Compared to me, I'm resilient, I'm humble. I'm mature, I'm better. So like that's why I got the spot over him.
Humble.
And he's
better.
Yeah, he's landed himself a spot in Ludovica. That's pretty good for him.
So, not a fan of spice?
It's not even spicy.
Alright, say that to the camera.
It's not even spicy. Is that it?
Lovely, mate.
Well, we are in the middle of a long day of APL. All of OCE is done. Half of APAC North is behind us. And now before us, Demo, is a big match for teams, people that have been watching the teams here in the APAC region. Of course, PSG, with all of its fandom across the world, PSG Talon, they have had a bit of a rough slog in the last year, but they're going up against CAG, who interestingly have bounced back from a roster change very well and are looking very strong come stage 2. This, in theory, is going to be another one-sided game, or am I missing something about PSG here?
I don't know. I feel as though with the way the first 2 games have went, I feel as though we may be due a bit of a quick one now. I don't know why. It's usually the way things kind of go inside of Siege. And yeah, I think PSG, they've certainly looked a bit of a shell of themselves, the team that we've really seen last year. Now, look, I think you have to mention that is probably down to Fabian, who had obviously a massive impact on this team whenever he first joined it and got them to, the likes of playing at international events. And then since his departure, I think we've all noticed a bit of a difference in it. And it's by no means, we're sitting here trying to bash Joker, for example, who's obviously had to take over the mantle of that head coach position, but he's not Fabian. That's just the way we have to look at it. Fabian is obviously in a class of his own in terms of what he is as a coach and what he's been able to do. He's proven that. You look at his record as a coach, you look at what he's been able to do with teams. And yeah, I think that's been the biggest issue for PSG Talon. It's been that I think that change, because Fabian, of course, was that leadership figure. Even he wasn't like playing in the team. It's weird to say the coach was the leadership figure, but because of such a big personality that he has, like, I know him, we know what he's like. He brought so much to this team.
Yeah, of course, you can't overstate the impact of a coach with the achievements of Fabian. But let's not forget about the players that are actually in the server right now. And most recently, the roster change we've seen is long-time Korean legend in the Rainbow Six scene, Yas, departing from the roster, and us having Yin Sang instead. PSG and all the other Korean teams have always had a huge problem, and it is about the depth of talent in the Korean region. Obviously, you need players that speak Korean, or you need to convert to English, and not many of these players will speak English well enough to convert to being an English-speaking team and importing English-speaking players, so they continue with Korean players. And of course, when DPlus went full Brazilian, 2 amazing players became available, Coded and Woogie Man, and instead they went to FEARX. So it leaves PSG in a very challenging position that they've been trying to navigate for over a year now. What do we do when it's so challenging to find really solid Korean talent? Now we've got Yin Sang, and it remains to be seen what this team is capable of. They are just for now in a playoffs position in the top 6, but there's a lot of stage left to go. They've only won one of their matches so far, and even losing to a team like Kinotrope is a big red flag. Of course, losing to DPlus doesn't help as well. Of course, their opponents, CAG Osaka, for the longest time, the best team in Japan. They had a little bit of a stint where SCARZ overtook them. Well and truly, CAG were back on top. They made it to the grand finals in Rio at the Reload event as well, and had a really incredible performance over in Brazil. Now they've made a bit of a roster change. We've got DD in from their coaching staff, and it's pretty incredible to see that this team is still able to perform at the top level and dominate here in APAC North.
Yeah, I had this discussion, Rob, earlier as well. It's obviously things have happened to them outside of Siege, and they've just had to deal with it. And obviously the change has come in with DD coming in, and look, obviously he was the coach, but you couldn't ask for like a better roster move, though. It's someone who knows the team, who knows the way the team wants to play. Obviously being the coach, he'll know that. And he has slotted in very, very well as obviously that main kind of anchor player, especially on the defensive side. But you look at Shirip, though. 41 to 21, 13-0 on entry, James.
Yeah.
That is ludicrous.
Yeah, Shirip is just like miles ahead of everybody else in the APAC North League at the moment, even in the APL as a whole. I don't really think there's any players from OCE or Asia that can match what this guy is achieving right now. Almost a 2.0 KD with over 40 kills. That's unbelievable. And of course, CAG, as a result of him and the team's heroics, have actually remained undefeated, even taking on the champions of Stage 1, FEARX, in their most recent playdate, and taking them down quite handily, 7-3. So it really does feel like, despite the roster change, the SCARZ sky is the limit for CAG. Now, that was on Clubhouse, which I wonder, will PSG let on through? No, they will ban it as their second last ban, and we end up on Skyscraper. What do you think of that demo?
Oh, I mean, it's certainly the map that we don't really see all too often across the region. I think it is, from last stage, the least played map. Usually Skyscraper is usually hidden for like LAN events. You know, it's not something that we typically see in regular play days, especially inside of BO1s. Just because I feel as though Skyscraper teams either like it or they don't. It's like a very Marmite kind of flavored, you know, kind of map. For me, I mean, I don't mind the map. I think the fundamentals of it, yes, I get why teams don't like it, because you have to play a very different play style, because there isn't necessarily the kind of traditional open up a wall, you know, drone out the site, execute breach. It's pretty chaotic with the amount of layering that you have to try and go through. You know, think of a Zami inside a drum. You just have to slowly march your way through it and just hope that you can burn through a lot of the util. So, yeah, I think Skyscraper and a BO1, it's just strange because we didn't see it at all last stage.
Yeah, for sure. Of course, the challenging thing about Skyscraper is it being so defender-sided, so challenging to attack. If you are to pick it in a BO1, the opponent gets to pick the starting side. In this case, it means PSG banning Cafe. They essentially pick Skyscraper. It means that CAG gets to choose a starting side, which is why they're on defense first. That's one of the reasons we never get to see this map, is that no one ever wants to be the team to pick it because they don't want to start on the attacking side. PSG, they have some serious cojones to go and take on CAG starting on the attacking side. But you know what? I've looked at the stats demo. In the last 90 days, CAG actually have Skyscraper as their least favorite map. They've banned it a hell of a lot of times. I've got 10 bans and only 2 times banned against. They haven't played it, so it's been a really long time since they last played it. In fact, I don't even have the stats of the last time they played it. It's been so long ago. So perhaps PSG have really been working on this, and they're cooking something up to take to the big boys of CAG.
Well, you mentioned it is the big risk, knowing what side you have to start on. Obviously for CAG, I think inside of a best of one, like you mentioned, if it's not a map that they've necessarily preferenced, then they don't really mind showing it here, because they probably think, well, I mean, we're not going to play it in BO freeze, so we may as well just play it in BO1. We know that whatever map they choose, we'll get side start, and if they want to give us defense Skyscraper, it doesn't really matter how bad we are. I'm sure we'll still be able to make it through. And that typically is what happens. You know, Skyscraper and defense. I don't want to say it's like, you know, an easy map to play, but really, if you think about it, it is. I mean, defenders just sit there, fire up utility, basically just swing off each other, because it's a difficult map to attack just because of not a lot of reinforced walls. You're pushing up staircases that have about 20 different angles that could look onto you. You know, a lot of the way the layout of the map just plays into the defenders.
Yeah, not fun to attack. So what do you get rid of if you're starting on the attack for PSG Talon? Which of the defending operators you see is the highest priority? Kaid, I think that's a good move. Yeah, very challenging to breach on this map. I mean, it's challenging to do a lot of things. Breaching is really just one of many. But I don't hate it. Some teams will ban the bandit as well, double down. Let's see what we see. Same for the shields. I mean, we see a lot of Monty Blitz bans.
Surely an Azami has to come in.
Well, it's the double electric.
Went for the double hard breach, or double, yeah, double denial. Azami up, Mira up. I'm terrified already. Yeah. Like, honestly, for PSG,
Clash,
it's all well and good opening up the walls, but James, that's not the issue. Walls is not the issue. It's clearing out the little pockets of areas in the map that you have to get through. So it's gonna be tough.
Yeah, without a doubt. And of course, like we said, last map, Clash is back in after a little stint in quarantine. So Anaton, one of the most prolific shield players in the world. I'd say him and Spirits are probably the most infamous active shield players at the moment. And they are notorious. Anaton is notorious for how aggressively he plays his shields. He's going to jump on that Clash on defense. He's the kind of guy that won't just pick it for a specific bomb site or a specific strat demo. He's the kind of guy, he just comfort picks it on any map.
Yeah, he does indeed. I've also, James, got the answer to your question about when's the last time CAG played Skyscraper.
Yeah,
it was SI. There was SI whenever they played against Secret in that match. The side of Secret were going to get first round or not, and well. Secret,
they beat Secret, didn't they?
Yeah.
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 Secret
It was that
got
final
removed,
day of groups.
You know what? It's a funny. I'd not thought of it like that. I know Secret is struggling at the moment in the EML, but quite a crazy glow up for them. I know they had quite a few roster changes post SI, but you know, to go from getting first round at SI to of course winning the EWC, very impressive for that roster. Regardless, CAG. Oh, hello and goodbye to Shuri.
He's finally died.
Number one player in APAC North is taken down.
Yeah, I blame us. We've highlighted how he, you know, he hasn't lost an opening fight yet, and there we go. First engagement.
Poor guy. No. What to say now for PSG other than this is your moment? You gifted a free pick within the first 30 seconds, and now you're gifted a second one. A 5v3, only 55 seconds into the round. I mean, this should be free now for PSG.
You get that clash working for them, but the thing about clashes, you need teammates to actually swing off that information that you provide, but it's just not happening at the moment. Annington trying to take things into his own hands and keep that Blackbeard at bay, and that's actually been able to be used to allow our Gully and EBC to try and play around it, but oh my word, Mesa completely annihilates them.
Timing was just off there. Annington needed to get the shield break, the guard break onto Blackbeard in order for the aggression from Shibusu to work out. But no, they are absolutely obliterated. PSG are looking hot. It's a 1v5 for Annington on the clash, and there's just no way that this works. Out comes the fire from the Capitale. And a lockdown from Soldier, upside repelling on the site window. It's a flying start for PSG. CAG are completely obliterated on their defense.
Kag just kept throwing bodies in hopes that they could just, you know, stop the leak. But it just made it worse and worse and worse. PSG were probably thinking, what are they doing? You actually think about what PSG did there for that attack, right? Typically Skyscraper, you were fighting tooth and nail to clear portions of the map. If you're going for a black tick, which they did, you have to fire nades in, clear away players in towards top black. You then have to try and work the shield in and smoke out the long corridor, start targeting in towards Karaoke. None of that was done because CAG just kept throwing themselves at the mercy of the attackers. All the attackers did was sit back and hold an angle. That was it. Say how difficult this map is to attack, James. And PSG's thinking, well, fellas, you don't know everything, do you? Because that was easy.
Yeah. Definitely humbling CAG straight out of the gates here, which is a good place to be for PSG on the unfavored side. We talked a little bit about whether CAG like this map. You know, PSG, this is actually their second preference map. They've never banned it in the last 90 days, but they haven't also had a chance to play it because it's almost always banned against them. They win it most of the time. Last time they played it, they actually beat DPlus almost 70 days ago, back in July in Stage 1. Especially at the time with DPlus really in form, that was a big win for PSG. So can they keep up that form? It's a map that they're not often allowed to play, but one that they've always liked. Now, CAG have let them pick it. They start on the attacking side. They start strong. They just need to keep it up.
Flash, I think maybe the consistent thing that PSG have to keep dealing with because it's just such a strong operator. Whenever you're dealing with Skyscraper, on each bomb site, James, there's really only probably two variations of attacks that you can go for, either direct or having to clear across the map. And both of which Clash is obviously going to be great at stopping both. In this scenario, for the attackers, it looks as though that they're going to try and go for the sweep across. You can see players out over towards Geisha Balcony. So Annington, as soon as he gets the call that yes, they're starting to take control of areas such as T, in towards main stairs, then I'm sure he'll get himself over. That's how they want to deal with it, because yes, they've got the Nomad, but Gotti has to be at the right place at the right time to get any value of knocking that Clash over.
Yeah, for now, PSG, I mean, they've done a little bit of work at clearing that mirror window on the side, but what are they actually doing aside from that? They're going for a map take, it seems to be the case. A little bit of presence over in Geisha, but Shurib still holding onto his. And Didi wants to get aggressive. Inside of Terrace, he peeks briefly and then falls back. Insang is the player to try and hold on, as Ryder is the tip of the spear, the hammer to Insang's anvil. But still PSG are yet to strike on the side. Akuli does go down over aggressing, but Chibisu finds Misa elsewhere on the site. Aggressive! And COG come to life, both on the roam and on the site. PSG now desperately trying to refrag it out, and Yunsang does that. 2v3 now, but guess what? The Clash from Aniton is here to play, putting down the shield. Then bring it up again. EMP'd for a brief moment, but able to, again, put the shield down. Not to be. He's just scaring them off, keeping them at bay.
This is the issue. This operator, it gets to this moment where they know where you're pushing from. You just put the Clash in the way, and it really can't do much. They've wasted their EMPs as well. Still got one more from the Grim, but Ryder is not going to be able to disable that, and he's just running out of the breach as well. The only operator who can do this on defense is the Clash, and sit in your hands. Tag, and kills will come. Ryder goes down. Dear, Aniton, almost giving the game away, but I suppose there's 5 seconds left. Why not? Tag on the board. Good round from them, but you have to highlight though, Jibisu, he was the man of the hour. Knew that he needed to make a play. Yeah, just wide swing the breach pick up too.
Love to see it there for CAG. Good bounce back after that first round where they looked very rocky and just a little bit over ambitious. Forcing the issue, I think they learned after that first round. All right, PSG, they've got some plans. We're happy to sit back. Let's play more reactively instead of trying to get on the front foot. Or wait for PSG to get into an awkward position, and then we'll pounce. That's the way you can play Skyscraper. If you just have a solid setup, you don't have to over-aggress like we saw from them in the first round. Now they've read that demo. I think that the momentum will shift again. PSG have to keep chasing CAG.
Oh. Honestly, for CAG being, you know, #1 team at the moment, there's obviously going to be kind of targets in your back. I think that happens in every region. You know, the top rated team, everyone wants to try and drag them down, but you kind of thought FEARX were going to be the team to do so. I mean, FEARX were obviously the favorites coming into this because they were #1 team last stage, but certainly CAG with that upset win. I mean, I don't, is that an upset though to say that
I would
CAG,
say 100%.
CAG, FEARX?
I mean, CAG coming into stage 1, I would have said were the favorites after them beating FEARX and making it to the grand final in Rio. But of course, with their forfeit and then eventual roster change here, I think a lot of people would expect that they would struggle to bounce back. It would take them quite some time to get back into form. The fact that they have now re-overtaken FEARX, the fact that DPlus is struggling and looking a shadow of their stage 1 form, I think that, yeah, CAG, there's nobody that can seemingly catch them here in APAC North. Now, if they are to go and play teams from Asia and teams from OCE, if they start facing your Weibos, in particular, I think Weibo would be their biggest threat, but even teams like Enterprise, maybe even Chiefs after their performance
Elevate
today.
as well, no?
Elevate, yeah, I think Elevate are looking even better than in the past. That's when CAG would really have a challenge, but here in APAC North, how do they fare? Aniton tries to deny the plant. Insane continues with the blitz, and well, the Blackbeard of Misa will cover him and find the kills here. Insane forcing that plant down. Is it denied? It is by DD Man on the smoke. Akali aggressing now into the Blackbeard. But Misa does survive. Numbers still favor PSG, but CAG have staked their claim on the bomb site.
That was so close, James. Somehow they stopped the plant, and now for PSG, this is the issue. Whenever you've went for a rush, if it doesn't work, James, and you start to stall out, and you allow the defenders to kind of recalibrate and figure out how they want to play the rest of it. And right now for CAG, they've fully retaken the bomb site, and PSG are now going to go farther afield. They're starting to take in towards reception, for example. The Blackbeard is going to try and front up, but he will be challenged by Arkeli. But again, good info though from Misa, being able to call out to his teammate. Yes, there's one over towards the desk. See if he can take him out for me.
The Blackbeard here is the biggest weapon for PSG, especially as Finka of Ryder can continually heal him on up. CAG forced to aggress, worrying about the timer, and PSG just going into damage control. Find another kill, 4v2. This is in theory unlosable here for PSG Talon.
Just take your time and use that Blackbeard as that drone if you need to. ED Man is in the middle of the bomb site, but as soon as his location is revealed, James, he's more or less dead. So I'm more looking at Chibi, so he's the player who has to step up and make a play, but really him hanging around in restaurant, I don't think he's going to be able to do much from here. He needs to get active, James. He needs to go upstairs or do something to help his teammate.
I think the extra teammate here for CAG will be the clock. 15 seconds remain, and DD has still survived. No more gas remains. Jibisu does need to rotate over and support. Poor DD, man. The lone player on the site, the Blackbeard, he will not have the facilities to fight this shield, and Ryder will take him down as Misa forces the plants. Ryder finished off by Chibisu, but Soldier is there for the backup. And PSG Talon find their second attack round on Skyscraper.
Yeah, Chibisu need to get closer to his teammate. He just left him to die. He needs to play together there in the 2v4. He just sat in restaurant the whole time, just didn't really want to do anything. Yeah, that's going to happen to you. So, PSG, I like the way that as soon as that diffuser, you know, didn't go down, they thought, okay, there's no point trying to go for the replant and force our bodies in. We've got a man advantage, you know, it's a 4v3. Yes, the rush didn't work, but we still got 2 kills from it. Let's slow the pace down. We still got the Blackbeard, who's obviously going to be great at gaining the information and taking ground. And then we just play it normally. You know, the diffuser will come. We know we're going to go for kitchen eventually. We don't need the rush things. I like that decision making from PSG. That shows a great level of patience, which, as we know, some teams, they maybe don't have that. So, yeah, give credit to PSG there. Nicely played round.
There was a couple more of those, and just maybe they can upset CAG, the undefeated kings of APAC North at the moment. I mean, PSG, like we've said, they haven't had a perfect run so far. I mean, stage 1 looked a little bit rough for them. They eventually fell to SCARZ in the lower bracket final, ended up 4th place after that. And their play days so far, I mean, their opening match, losing to DPlus and then losing to Kinotrope, only winning barely over Enderforce. It's not been optimistic here for PSG. Perhaps some question marks over the roster change they made, getting rid of Yas for Insung. But I don't know. If they can muster up a win here over CAG, then I think it really does double down on what you said at the start of today's demo, which is that you really cannot pick this region. Anyone can beat anyone in APAC North.
You know, it's not the first time I've covered this region, but I still, every day I look at it and just think, ow. You know, that's the one word I ask them is how. Yeah, it's always fun, but PSG, looking comfortable, and already 2 attacks, James. I mean, that's a good half already. I mean, they don't... Obviously, they still have got plenty more opportunities to win around, but really 2 attacks is good enough to see you get by. We see that plenty of times whenever this map is played, but the fact that they still got 3 more rounds to play and can win even more attacks is... Yeah, that is massive to have in your locker right now.
Nope, I don't think Ryder's going to survive much here on Twitch Throne. DD takes him down. Early gas burn, tempted. A Shurip, another early death, very uncharacteristic of him.
Here.
Like we said, he's been untouchable so far this stage and already struggling to get into it. 1 and 4 at the moment. 2 of those being opening deaths. Bit of a red flag. A crack in the armor for CAG.
DD man is be the next player on the chopping block is that person in towards black stairs, and only a matter of time before that util gets dumped onto him and they know exactly where he is. The bees will make its mark, and he's just holding on for dear life. He's used all of his smoke canisters to try and keep these players pushing in towards black door at bay, but still, how's it going to play out though? He has the shotgun up close and personal, but you can see the players just waiting to use the util, and and use the sense, but the blitz is there.
Yeah, well played. That's the right play there from Yusung to get aggressive with the blitz. It works out for PSG. It's just Anderton now left. He's taking the fight against the blitz, but he does get flashed. Who will chase him on down? Insang has him dead to rights. Another kill from the blitz with the pistol, and another flawless round for PSG Talon. 3 attacks of their 4 so far, and they are dominating the kings of APAC North.
Looking so good. Again, the level of patience, James, we have to get across for PSG. It is perfect. They know what they have. They know what util they can utilize. That player on black stairs, not a threat at all. Nobody needs to push him out. You let the util do the work. Everyone knows that pushing a player on a staircase with a shotgun is not a good idea. And some people still do it, James. Whereas PSG, they know better. They say, he's on the staircase, we've got the bees, we have that info. What's next? Let's get the clear. Let's use the fire arrow. It goes in. forces them up the stairs, and look who's waiting. The two players who were on that black door for the entire round with open arms. Love it. Absolutely love it from PSG. Brilliant siege.
You got to put a little bit of respect on Joker's name here. You were talking about the coaching staff in the lead up to this, and that PSG haven't recovered since Fabian. But I mean, the discipline from PSG Talon there, and the preparation coming into it to know. Okay, we'll bring the Capital here. We bring the Blitz. We play it like this. We bring the Sens. I mean, obviously, it's no one person, coach or player, is ever to credit for something like that. But got to put a bit of respect on Joker's name.
Hey, if he finishes first, then we'll put the respect, but he's not there just yet.
I think it's a far cry from PSG coming first. If they can take down the top team and serve CAG their first L of the stage.
This time for PSG, James, they struggled massively with the clash. This time, though, not an issue for them. That ban coming in, it will make this bomb site weaker, of course, for CAG. Still got strong operators, don't get me wrong. You've got the Mira and the Izami, who can still play that role of the fortification operator, who can lock down certain areas. Even brought an Anaton and the Echo as well to provide that bit of information that, at the moment, I would say that they need. Feels though a lot of the deaths that CAG are having are probably down just to lack of info. You know, players walking into angles that they didn't know was open. But even the trade game, I don't think the trades have been very good for CAG. You know, the way that they kind of lost the rounds, it's kind of been, you know, almost flawless a lot of the time for PSG.
Oh, well, there you go. I mean, Misa winning an unfavored gunfight while concussed from the yellow mine. SMG-12 diff. Misa diff. 6-1 at the moment. He's going to get a freebie on a Chibisu. How does he do it? This could be another round for PSG Talon. Didi's got something to say about it, but it's just him and Shurip left. As Shurip falls, it's just the latest addition to the playing roster for CAG to try and save it. The plant's going down from Gotti. Ryder to cover. Oh, Ryder takes a hell of a lot of damage, but a spray through the wall confirms the round for PSG Talon. 4 attacks on Skyscraper, and we can see why nobody wants to face PSG on this battleground.
I mean, Misa just fully sent it, didn't he? Walked up the staircase, dodged an Elamine, beige Chibisu into thinking he'd just walk into office, and that gets him killed. And then from there, the whole entire bomb site is just open for the attackers to stroll in and pick up their kills where they want it. I mean, a 4-1 attacking half, James, is unheard of. Yeah. Now, if it's a 5-1, I think we call it a day. Has to be. I mean, when do you ever see this kind of scoreline on this map?
Well, I can tell you why CAG almost always ban this map. I can tell you why it is their least favorite map in the pool by a massive margin. I can tell you why PSG like this map. This is not a good matchup for CAG, and I really would love to know why it was allowed to go to Skyscraper. I would rather be playing any map in the pool other than Skyscraper. You know, sometimes teams, their map pool changes. They get good at maps that they previously banned. I mean, in this case, CAG's second least favorite map is actually Clubhouse, but they beat FEARX on yesterday. So things do change, but I don't think they change this much.
Here we go. Final round of the half. PSG, even if they lose this, it is still a fantastic 4-2 split for them going into their defensive half. The favored side, of course. The fact that they could be on the cusp of a 5-1. And that is an early Christmas present, and we're only in September, James.
Very early indeed here for PSG, who have a long way to go. Oh. Candela in very early, straight behind it is the Blitz. It's Insang, and he finds another kill with the pistol. Out comes the shotgun from the Ying. No. Misa finds one too, trades it back, but CAG are losing the trade game. Arkali and DD Man need to stand tall now against the might of 4 players from PSG. And Insang is continuing to rattle on forward with that Blitz.
Well, they need to get back to site. Both of them were actually inside of Dragon and left the bomb site completely open. But again, for PSG, the one thing that we mentioned, it's the patience. It's the way that they slow the tempo down. They don't want to rush things. They know that they have a ball in their hands. They just need to keep composed and attempt to jump out there from DD Man. Didn't get anything. Still alive, though, but now they know where he is. They know a player is inside Geisha.
Yeah, a minute and a half, though, 4v2. There's no way that PSG Talon lose this. Arkuli, 1 kill so far in the game. Hell of a long way to go for CAG as DD once again gets aggressive spots. A player, Gotti swats him down. Arkuli still on the breadstick. Gotti gets him too. PSG dominate the Dominees. 5-1 on the attack of Skyscraper, and CAG are left reeling.
Absolutely absurd half. I mean, what a roam execute, though. See that? The Ying, the Blitz, just everything in conjunction. I mean, that's very Brazilian-esque, isn't it? The way that kind of opening happened. You know, straight into it. No mucking around, hitting those roamers as hard as you can. Get those opening kills. Just asleep. Nope, just lifeless. Nobody really looking interested. And really, the one round that they won as well, James, don't forget, it was down to the Chibisu just making a big play. You know, that was it. It's the only thing that really CAG have done right.
Yeah, more questions than answers today, Demo. Came into it and we said, well, maybe we were due for a stomp here in our third game of the day. It's CAG, it's PSG. You know, CAG looking the best they've looked for quite some time. PSG quite the opposite after struggling to Kinotrope, after struggling to DPlus Kia. But if there's any time to turn it on, it's right now. And like we said, perhaps it was one in the map veto. PSG love this map. CAG hate it. We're starting to see why. 5-1 on the unfavored side. CAG have a long way to go. The Japanese are on the ropes. It's the Koreans that are handing them their own backsides.
5 seconds left.
Now, where do we go?
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
CAG. They are in the hot seat. They have to do an unthinkable here. I mean, for them to get all 3 points, James, 6 in a row on Skyscraper attack. Not in a million years will we see that. Never. Not going to happen. Well, the best they can hope for is basically what PSG have done. You know, that's the only way I see us coming back. But even still, I don't think CAG have it in their arsenal to make this happen. You know, PSG, give credit to them, played extremely well in the attack, the tempo, patience, just everything. They controlled their rounds from start to finish. And now they get the defense where they should just cruise. You know, look at the operators they have open for themselves. You've got Jamie now to lock down areas like dragging it into drum. That clash that you already seen was big for CAG the round that they were here. So things are looking good for PSG. CAG, do what they can do.
We'll see. You know who's got to step it up here for CAG? Well, I was going to say Shurip. I mean, after the expectations he's set in the previous play days. But even Anderson, who does get in and finally get off that donut. Shurip, though, around the corner from him. Ryder lies in wait. Biding his time. I still don't think the Ryder's been spotted here. Shurip's going to have lightning reactions to land this kill. He's still focusing up. Which player does he want to go for? He's looking to try and take down the keeper barrier before he gets aggressive and takes the fight. The patience from Ryder to just wait.
Make a move, though. Teammates are dying around him, and the Izami going to be tracked, so that means Ryder could make this happen.
Man. He's got to go
He's
soon.
got to move on. Look at the site execute. Look. They're starting to try and get into the bomb site here, James. They need to do something.
At what point does patience become a vice rather than a virtue? Ryder, he waited too long, and he is punished by Shuri. Misa and Insung now have to hold on to the site. 5 players from CAG poised to execute. The Candelas come out. Out comes the Vendetta from Shurib. Arkuli and Shurib together put the last few pieces of the puzzle to the bomb site. And finally, CAG find their way into Skyscraper.
Wow. Don't tell me, James, it's going to be one of them. It can't be, can it?
Could
Surely
be
not.
one of those games. Demo? This could be a long one.
Look, I don't want to say it was unlucky, but he needed to get a move on. You just can't sit there. You if there is an opening like that, where you know that the Deimos has no idea that you're there, get a shift on. Your team's getting it executed on over in the site. You need to make a play to disrupt them. But like you said, James, just took way too long to make that flank happen. Yeah, gets punished for it, but PSG still with a healthy lead, as we know. Not looking to play over into that bomb site again. Office will be sacked off in favor of Kitchen that they're going to go to now. Also, a full extension over towards the top floor also, James, so they're really looking to cover around 70% of the map at least here, if they're hold.
Sorry, I just got distracted because I saw a comment from our observer in our chat, from production channel. I'm going to call you out, Sky. Talking about Ryder last round, says bro was waiting for a divine intervention to happen. I want to know why he was so patient. Why was he sitting there for 10 bloody years?
Just scared.
Waiting for the Messiah to return.
He was almost... He wanted to make it a perfect flank, and if you're waiting for perfection in this game, you'll be waiting a long time, let me tell you.
That's
you have to
right.
take what you can.
That's exactly right. Well. CAG still trailing 3 rounds behind, but it wouldn't take much to close that gap if they really come to life on their attacks, as we saw in that first one just passed. Now, PSG, they're holding on now to the more typical bomb site choice, T-Room Karaoke. Oh, actually, no, they've gone down below, have they? Have they not even gone karaoke?
Kitchen.
Oh, okay.
No, they're kitchen.
Oh, alright. Yeah, that's totally cool and normal. Shurip's also going to find an opening kill. I don't know, was he playing with his monitor off in the first half? Because he's finally looking a hell of a lot better on the Deimos now.
Yeah. Getting his opening kills. We highlighted, but really done any of that this game. PSG losing Ryder. Losing the Azami, and I mean, an early death as well on an operator who gets that kind of regenerative kind of keep a barrier that you just keep on making it and keep it coming back.
What are you till gone?
Quite a hit.
And the Deimos is the linchpin of this attack. CAG continuing to just target one player at a time. Oh, Shuri. Him and the Blitz together of Anaton trying to take down Soldier. And Arkali comes to support. Anaton went for the textbook, the classic Anaton special, the drop shot hip fire with the shield. Now Insang out with the shotgun, but Shuri puts him down. A valiant effort there. After he ran out of bullets in his primary, Gotzi on the staircase now. He's the next one up for the target here from Shuri. With the Vendetta in hand, he continues to look for these final defenders of PSG Talon. I don't think it's going to take long as well. CAG are circling Shuri down, but not out as of yet. A smoke to try and confirm that kill, but it won't even land. He might be actually about to
too high.
Straight into it. No, I think you're right. I think it detonated too high. He's going to get safely revived. Still a 4v2, but look at that timer.
Oh, I love this. This is a great pause from Misa, though. Who's going to check it? Oh, never mind. He's went for the smoke, and therefore sees Misa.
Oh, but he goes straight through the smoke. Got Kali to trade. And Gotti now the last one standing. Arkali empties his magazine. DD coming and hunting him down. Shuri finds the kill. CAG, another demonstrative attack for them. And I think we certainly have a game on our hands now. Both of these teams bringing the fire on their attacking side.
Uh-oh. That's all I'm going to say. Timeout from PSG. Now, I think that is... That's good, I think, from Joker here. Think about the momentum that CAG are starting to build up. You want to end that now. You do not want to get it past from where it is. Really, for PSG, if they get the one round, that should just breeze them through. Because then CAG are like, oh, well, we've lost that in all 3 points. If you let CAG win this next round, just build on that momentum again. I said it's impossible. Never in a million years have I seen a 6-0, reverse sweep on a skyscraper attack. There's always a first for everything in life, and that could have been one of them. So I like this timeout, but now they need to convert this timeout. Because if they don't, then yeah, it's starting to get tense.
I think it's already feeling tense here, Demo. It's been tense ever since PSG started to heat things up on their attacking side. CAG have met them with that fire, and Now, I don't know. Is it the Koreans or the Japanese that will come out ahead? That 2-round lead is starting to look a little bit shakier than perhaps we previously thought.
Oh. I mean, look at the lineup again from Kag. That blitz comes in, and Anaton necessarily hasn't got the kills, but think of the chaos that he's been able to bring, the information on that shield as well.
5 seconds to go.
Very difficult to get the kills in the shield these days. Again, just with the constant nerfs that have kind of built up over the past year or so. Still, that info is invaluable, and you can see that the way that Kag are playing it. PSG need to lock in. Body. That smoke. He's going to be the player we look at to try and deal with that blitz. Head up over towards Black Stairs, and already a drone at his feet. There goes that barbed wire that he placed about 5 seconds ago, is already gone. PSG. See, they're starting to get pressure from all different angles. Bit of black pressure over now towards VIP, for example. Just Kag give themselves options and almost send the PSG. You don't really know where we're going, and that's the way we want to keep it. Keep them guessing.
I'll tell you who I'm watching now. Shurip, who went from, what was it, 0-4? Now he's real and truly on the scoreboard, 6 kills. And this Deimos has been instrumental in CAG finding map control, finding kills, pushing deep. Can feel the PSG boat starting to wobble a little bit.
The issue with this map, it's the layers upon layers, and oh my word, Anaton, you need to be careful, mate. He's tried to full send it, but there is a clash looking right at him, and counter to the shields, of course, is, well, the defender shield. Look at this mess. You've got the Kiva barriers. Flash, of course, in that corner. Kag getting through this, it's going to be really difficult for them. I don't know how they want to approach that, but somebody needs to step up and get some kills, because right now, a minute left, James, and no kills on the board for the attackers. The defenders can just sit behind all this util and just run down the clock.
It's been a strangely slow round here for CAG. This is very aggressive from Anaton. Somehow he wins the fight onto Gotzi with the pistol. And that might open things up here for the Japanese to erupt onto the site. The target comes through from the Deimos. The track onto Ryder. Oh, but guess what? Soldier's there to meet him. Does a bit of damage. Ryder still protected by his teammate. 30 seconds to play. We need to see this blitz have a big impact here from Anaton.
Flash, though, somehow lets them walk into sight. The diffuser's going to go down.
Oh, what's
they need
this?
To try and retake the clutch. Jumps
Here
over.
comes the push.
Oh, Anaton. Oh, gets the kill onto the clutch. A 3v3 now. Post-plant position.
Now, how's the retake possible when 2 of your players are such low on HP? Soldier has to make this work as well. He goes for a big flank. Over here in Terrace, he has to rotate back again. The problem is, how on earth do you deal with the players over on Shrine? Well, that'll certainly help. A nice headshot. Anaton now the last one standing. A 1v2. Misa very low HP after getting picked up. He's gone down. It's a 1v1. Anaton's got the favor. He just needs to close the distance. The flash comes out. He can play it defensively. The onus is on Soldier. He might find the kill, but there's no time. He'll stick it all he wants, but Anaton has clutched the round for CAG.
Oh, phenomenal from Anaton. He knows he just needs to swing and just find the kill. I don't know why they didn't double up, though. Why are they going separate ways? That's the last thing that you want to do against the Blitz, is give them 2 individual engagements. And that's what they did, James. You can't be doing that against the Blitz. We see it time and time again. The way teams misplay against the Shields is giving them those individual 1v1s. Oh.
Yeah, the fact
honestly,
that Anaton...
James, I'm getting worried.
Yeah. Rightfully so. Especially if Anaton continues his form. In the first half, he was on the donut. He finally got 1 kill. I believe it was the last round of that first half. Now he's on the shields. He has what is essentially a 3K in that round. He's instrumental in CAG winning it. And PSG have struggled to find any kind of a foothold here on their defensive side. It was 5-1 in the advantage. Now 3 rounds in a row for the Japanese. Brings this very, very close. It feels like they're likely to keep on rolling here. CAG have looked so good on these attacks. And it's that Deimos and the shields that have been a key part of that. Now the Blitz has been banned on out. Blackbeard's still in. Chibis is going to go with it. We've got the Ying from Anaton once again. And Shurip, interestingly, is actually going to go for the Brava instead of that Deimos that he's been signaturing so far.
Bludge active.
Good ban. That Blitz has been causing issues. Get rid of it. There is more than one shield in the game, and immediately the one with nades is going to be picked up, which sometimes can be even a bigger issue than just the Blitz itself. PSG really faltered here, that timeout. Not net them a successful round, and really gave the momentum over to KAG, who now have to see if they can try and take in towards VIP now, and Shurip is going straight up the staircase, but also gets flashed by his own teammate.
Oh, and is spotted as well. A little bit of a failure there from CAG as Gotzi stands tall. DD, the last one standing. PSG have held on here. They will find map point at match point. 1v4 is not possible. Akuli on the ground. Soldier and Misa to pair up for the final 2 kills. And that's it for CAG. No more mistakes are allowed. It's going to need to be an overtime or a loss. PSG have got themselves a point on the board. 1 more round, and they take down CAG for the full 3 points. The first team to take CAG down here in Stage 2.
Wow. Finally. We see the round win for the defense. PSG just kind of played back. I mean, I think the rushes can only get you so far, and well, finally PSG, the pennies dropped for them. And it feels that this may just kind of peter out now. I think KAG maybe a little bit deflated that they couldn't make the comeback into reality and take the 3 points. And I think PSG now, the fact that they got that one defense, they'll feel a lot more comfortable now. The pressure's kind of off a little bit because you know, okay, at least we get the point and we still got an OT if needed. So should be a little bit less stressful for them. But still have to close that out now to get all 3 points. They've got 2 rounds to do so.
I know where I sit now, Demo. Every round that goes by, I am ready for anything. You can't make any assumptions when you're looking at a game like this, where almost every single round has been won by the attacking side on a heavily defensive-favored map. Arguably the most defensive-favored map in the pool right now. In a game that was meant to be heavily CAG-favored, where they also started on the favored side, this has been a bit of a roller coaster. Now PSG have got their first defensive round. They just need to double down, and it's GG.
The bandit trick successful on that first Selma charge. Barkley has to really think about where he wants to use the other ones, and then will use one on that breach in towards office, and guessing uses the last one as well over towards Geisha. Should be anyway. PSG still have got a firm control over towards VIP, but be that the drones have scared them off, and that Blackbeard trudges way through, make an opening into Dragon, and proceed to clear away that utility. That's the one thing that Blackbeard has over the other shields. It's that bit of util clear using the nades. Also, Lucy as well. I'm pretty sure just spot it as well if he walks in towards Dragon, so another thing that they may need to look at. But when this wall opens, it's going to be the main issue, James. They've got the impact EMPs, but if it is going to be a bandit trick from Yunsang, then EMPs are going to do nothing at all. But I don't think Yunsang is in a position to even think about bandit tricking over towards Geisha. So PSG will just idly sit by, sit in their hands, and play around that util once again.
They're happy to do that. Green flag for me is that we got CAG running Blackbeard on Anaton and Deimos on Shurip. Here comes DD with the Grimm's Bees. Misa gets pinged on out and he has to fall back. No kill comes through for CAG, but the ground is taken.
Anderson needs to try and feed this information out, but you really need somebody lingering around downstairs, James, to see if they can try and kill them on the staircase. I mean, two of them are just clogged up beside the stairs in towards Gate.
Oh, hello.
I mean, risky position here for Misa, and the Blackbeard comes in.
My God.
Oh, it's a whiff battle, but Anaton wins it.
Yeah, Anaton, he's so cheeky the way he spams Q&E while he ADSs. It's so challenging to take a fight onto him. Soldier, the top fragger for PSG. He's gone down. Ryder needs to take the fight. The C4 will confirm the kill onto the Blackbeard. Anaton's out of the game. Down to a 3v3 as CAG hold on to what might just be a possible game here for them on Skyscraper with PSG continuing their form. Ryder finds one, but he goes down in the process. It's all down to Gotti now. DD and Shurip on the side of CAG. But PSG, they still got their smoke in position. Can DD force a plant? He begins. And Shurip, he's got a cover. Gotti looks for the opportunity. With the SMG-11, he doesn't have the bullets. He has to cross, and Shurip's got him dead to rights. CAG continue this march towards overtime.
I think the shields are the biggest thing going in favor of CAG here, isn't it? You know, that is creating them so much space, so much intel, and then they just formulate the attack off that. So you have to give credit to Anaton. Look, he's synonymous with those shields. You've been playing shields for such a long time, almost as long as your duo, James, has to be said as well. You know, we talk about Bengo and the shields being as equal. He's been playing it as long. I mean, Anaton has been on this same roster for 7 years. Like, I'm pretty sure he is currently the longest player to play for one team.
That is a great question. I think it's... Isn't it 6 years you said?
I'm pretty sure it is.
I thought it's 8 years. Wait, what year is it?
Is it not 2018?
Let me have a look right now. Let me have a looky look.
I want to say it's 2018 this organization came in.
I'm reloading.
Anaton joined... Anaton. Looking at my database. He's been on this team for 7 years and 3 months since June 2018. Unbelievable. Yeah. In that time, he has earned...
I don't think there's another person.
Oh, I don't think so. In that time, by the way, he has earned $199,000 US in prize money for his team.
Wow.
That's unreal. See if I can find any player that's played for longer than that. I don't think there is one.
I mean, it would have been... I always would have thought of... Yeah, I think Taylor was another long player, but he's,
yeah, I mean,
he's not a player no more.
Anymore, yeah. Oh, crazy times. For the longest time, CAG had that same 5-player roster with no roster changes, and then
they did. Yeah.
They eventually made a roster change. I think it was 2.5 years or 3 years that they did not make a single roster change. Under the same organization, of course, still remaining to be, but you know, recently roster change after roster change has come through. Arkuli had a stint on the team, off the team, back on it again. Chibisu and Shuri, more recent additions, they've been incredible. And DD Man, the most recent one, from coach to player, from coach to core, he's looking solid. He's keeping the team afloat. CAG might just need a life vest now. 5-6 down against Talon.
Anaton, again, doing the exact same thing as last time. A breach into Dragon. He can get his team into a good position, and I will rotate towards the other side, and I'm sure pressure in towards Drum, and then eventually work his way in towards Geisha. For PSG, I mean, what are they going to do differently here? They have to try and adapt to it. They should know that it's all about the shields, and if you can shut the shield down, then you kind of take out the eyes for CAG, and they will try and throw a C4, but all that does is actually just break their util. Down goes the Banshee, so right there from PSG. They're really worried, James, about Anaton, aren't they? That's who they're just trying to find and kill, but yeah, Anaton's pretty light in his feet. He's not giving them an opportunity to really aggress onto him.
Yeah, and that was the purpose of that Nitro cell from Ryder, but as you said, all it did was strip away their own util. Oh, here we go. Look at this aggression from Misa, but Anaton takes the fight and gets him. Oh, PSG. It's a calamitous time to be a Korean here. as KAG are marching towards the bomb site 5v2, and still Anaton on that Blackbeard. He's raining down on PSG Talon. Aggression again, this time from Ryder. But Anaton gets his revenge, and CAG, they've made the run all the way into overtime. From 5-1 down, we're even once again.
He may be the greatest of all time, James. He may be. Like, we were sitting there waiting, thinking, you know, where's Anaton gonna come from? And then we switched the Asami, and then he's just in his face, just looking down on him. Oh, absolutely superb work from Anaton again on Matt Shield. Wasn't he 1 in like 6 or something in the first half, and then he just flipped the switch in the shields?
Defenders, protect your bombs.
Thank goodness.
Used by attackers.
Yeah, he's up to 8 and 10 now. Wow, he's really pulled his way back out of it. But so have KAG. I mean, James, 2 5-1 splits on attacking halves.
It's an attacker skyscraper, man. What can I tell you?
This does not happen, everyone. I cannot reinforce how strange it is to see this.
Yeah.
Only in APAC will you see this.
I'm glad that we set the expectations as this to be such a defender-sided map, because it really just makes everyone who's not played much Skyscraper hella confused and think, what the hell are these casters talking about? I really cannot reinforce enough how abnormal it is to see 2 5-1 attacking splits. I mean, maybe you'll see a dominant attacking side when one team is just that much better than the other, but no, that's not the case. I mean, both teams matching each other's attacking prowess, and now it's CAG who get the attack into overtime. They've just got the momentum of winning, you know, 5 out of the last 6 rounds. It's their chance now to take their own match point for the first time in this game.
Cross. Coming in from Karaoke and T. Pick there in the Valkyrie camera. Use the eyes and the information there for PSG. So it's just going to be a standard clear from one side of the map and then moving through towards the other. Reaching towards Geisha now, and you can just slap our collie on that cut-off point on the rotation. Anaton. Messy again. The early portion of this game. Misa takes a bit of damage. I think that's just from getting wall buying through as they now begin their fall off. So Anaton has done enough just to apply that pressure, James, and scare them away.
Yeah, and this is Anaton, who was 0-6 at the start of this game, by the way. Now 8 kills to his name, and so terrifying on the Blackbeard. PSG Talon perhaps regretting banning out the Thermite. Could have well gone for the triple shield ban, but Insung, the newest member of PSG Talon, has taken down Shuri. Star frag up from APAC North so far. It's not over yet, not over until it's over here. And the explosion from the Selma exposes Soldier's position, so he has to relocate. He's the top fragger for PSG today. And lives to continue fighting with that Azami back deeper into the site.
Bit of a stall out here, though, from KAG. Not a lot happening, and PSG are more than happy just to sit and play amongst each other and if they can set up these crossfires. Shotgun close. Guy holding on to door it leads in towards Terrace right now, but is this safe at the moment because that breach hasn't really been tinkered with. Goes another Grim, has to just pull back a little bit, but a good crossfire though can be established here amongst himself and also Misa. Hold on to that doorway, but I just think KAG feels as though they're going to stall out here.
Yeah, but Anaton does have another way in now, thanks to the Blackbeard. The nade comes through, does a lot of damage to himself, actually. Oh, Nitro Cell, but shot out somehow! DD Man gets in deep, finds Gotti, Misa trades back Anaton, and he has to hold down the fort. Out comes the pistol, but he's put down. 3v3. The flank comes through from Soldier. He is a valiant soldier for PSG, but he's taken out now as well. 2v2. As Chibisu and Arkuli try to hold on. Arkuli to plant, and Chibisu to cover, but the angle's found by Yunsung. Chibisu makes it a 1v1, and he has to hunt down the last player from PSG. There's no way to find him, and the newbie from the Koreans will clutch up and find another match point.
Oh, finally, we see a deadlock be broken amongst the defenders and the attackers. PSG 7-6 they lead I'm pretty sure, James, wherever this right here, the C4 that happened to that Blackbeard, I'm pretty sure Misa shot it. That's how it was destroyed. It wasn't the Blackbeard. It wasn't his teammate. I'm pretty sure the C4 was tossed in, and Misa just instinctively fired towards the Blackbeard and actually hit the C4. So that's what happened in that. But like, it didn't even matter in the end. They're still able to win the round. I mean, trade galore, James. Just kills back and forth, back and forth. The Valkyrie impacts as well. It's the only way they were able to get that kill was using the impact, open up the wall, line of sight onto the player, planting. Wow. Yeah. PSG, now they get the attack. And don't forget, they also had 5 attack wins on this half.
That they did. The only bomb site that CAG were able to win on their defense was this exhibition. Can they repeat it? Can Lightning strike twice? It's in fact the only bomb site that has been won by either team so far.
I'll just relax here.
Anderton onto the Echo. Not a lot of big X Factor operators brought by either side here. You know, no shields, no Ying. Of course, PSG, they like to focus on hard breach first up. That's why they went for the double electrical ban. They followed up in the first half with the Clash ban. Anderton forced to find another home, and in this case, it's the Echo, which I think is good. I feel like PSG may slow down a little bit when the tensions are high. It's been a hell of a long time since they last attacked Demo. Makes me wonder, will Util, like the traps from Ella and Echo, come into play?
Slow and steady. At the moment, PSG mentioned the hard breacher. That is what they're focused on, is getting these walls opened up. Ag have that extension in towards Drum, and in towards Dragon, so eventually PSG will have to deal with that. They're just setting up pretty typical of what you expect to see. Open up the main breach into office and then slowly shift your approach into that clear out off the roamers towards the other side of the map. The Soldier and Rider are over there at the moment, but no kills as of yet. Is she just doing the drone work? But they need to get somebody in and they've taken a lot of ground, haven't they, just with the drones? But they need a man in there to solidify it. Ag, more than happy just to sit in their hands right now, and if PSG aren't making a lot of noise, they don't need to respond.
Oh. Shurip, another opening death. You said it at the start of this game. Demo, coming into today, he had not found an opening death at all in the stage so far. In fact, he was the king of opening kills, and now he will sit out the rest of this round with a negative KD as PSG are poised to finish it right here.
It's going to be the win con. Also, they have any Blackbeard or Ying that they can play off with their execute. Brim is used all of his Bs.
Oh no.
So really, where did they go? And Orkali's been able to find 1 kill back, and to be that the Echo's also standout soldier. PSG, James, is a little bit too slow here, and there's really a lot of bite coming their way.
But they're just waiting for picks to be fed, and occasionally it will happen. Anderton flashed on out. Is there going to be a follow-up from Ryder? As now Misa enters the site. He's been on fire today and backs on out again. Gotti comes in to support, but wins his fight against the DD man. And Chibisu will fall as well. Anderton now in a 1v4. PSG maybe on the verge of the upset of their stage so far, but the plant's been denied. It's up to Anderton now. 5 seconds remain as PSG must plant, but there's no way to guarantee it unless Misa goes deep. PSG steal it from CAG. The game is over. The game that felt like it would never end. And the Koreans have upset the undefeated CAG. They finally let one slip.
Wow. 1 second. I'm pretty sure James was left. He's went for the Echo and immediately Misa. I've just heard him go on the camera. I need to go as fast as I can. Misa just basically turned into a 5-speed where that pistol came in, and I had to rush to make that happen. My oh my, what a way to end that game. I mean, James would have been treated. What a weird skyscraper. What a fun skyscraper at the same time.
That it was a game that felt like it went on forever, and yet PSG got it across the line. CAG undefeated no longer, and APAC North continues to get spicy. We've got one more match today, and of course it's Kinotrope taking on Mir Gaming after this.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
I am loving this pie, but I've noticed you've barely eaten yours. What's wrong?
I'm not a big fan of pie. Hey, Boppin, you want some?
Yeah. Cheers.
How did you meet another castle like Pengu, Janox, Manic, Guz?
Yeah, well, I mean, all of the APL guys, we've been working together for ages, but I actually met, I think the first one I met was Manic, Rob, who's now our host. And we met because we were casting the same tournament, but it was like not Rainbow Six. It was just this thing called Melbourne Esports Open. It was like held at this tennis arena, and I never even knew who this guy was. We were just working together on the same day. We were doing the variety stream, so it was like whatever games they had. And I just met this guy, and I immediately knew that I liked him and that we got along well on and off camera. And so I was like, dude, you have to come and do Rainbow Six with me. And after a year, he finally did. And I met Guz because I was like helping Ubisoft with these tournaments that were running for the OS region, like pugs, like 10-mans.
Yeah.
And he was just a streamer. And he was streaming the games, like watching other people's matches. And I was like talking to him, helping him like organize how to do that. And then I was like, hey dude, like, why don't you actually try properly casting? And then with Xenox, it was like, I really think we need more good casters in our region. So I went to Xenox, who I knew because he'd been doing other games. And I said, hey dude, do you play Rainbow Six? He says, yeah, I play it. I'm like not very good, but he played it. And he was interested in casting. And yeah, Xenox was like, sure, let me give it a go. And then he started. And with Pengu, I mean, obviously when I started casting, he was a professional player. He was on Penta, then he moved to G2. I'd met him briefly at events, but we'd never really spoken. And then when he started casting with Parker in Tero, we like became closer friends. We would like be in the same spaces during events because we were both casting. And he was really good friends with Mandy, my old co-caster as well. And then one day he just came up to me and he was like, hey, do you want to cast together? And that's how it happened.
With legend.
Yeah, lucky me.
So, Enterprise, new team, new organization, new face. How was Enterprise on stage 1?
Yeah, I like your team, man. I was surprised because, like, everyone was talking about GG with all their imports. Everyone was talking about Chiefs because they had just won, like, and gone to Montreal. But yeah, like Enterprise, you guys, I had literally like never heard of the org before. I had never I didn't know you guys were a team. I just know that Fisher Guy got dropped from GG and then made his own team. And I was like, oh yeah, you got Fisher Guy. That's like a good player. You got Mingo, like a good coach. But you've also got a lot of rookies, like Relays and Bappin hadn't played at the top teams in OS before. And then you guys just destroyed everyone. And I was like, oh, I guess I judged too soon, right? Like you're even beating Chiefs and GG. You went flawless. So I was super impressed.
Thank you. That's kind of old.
Wow, what do you think of my casting?
What is next question? Yeah, time to prepare APAC major qualification. Catch ya.
Bye, I guess. Sash, come on. Up, 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 up. Come on, up. Good girl. There you go.
Into the level 1v1, the close out for the ball, win, saves and what is going on? Se effettivo, il 20 teleportato ai salti di gara. Prioritization,
Well, it has been a day of upsets today, Demo. What's one more? We got Kinotrope and Mir Gaming coming up next. Okay, Demo, in a world where we don't see any more upsets, who on paper would take it today?
Probably Mir. I think from what we've seen of Mir, especially in that game whenever they played DPlus, that's really it. That's all I'm going off. James, just pure vibes. The fact that they beat DPlus, I think, yeah, they could probably beat them. But obviously for Kinotrope, they obviously had a good win against PSG. But other than that, they've kind of been cleaned in their other two games. You know, they got 7-1 the first play day. Last play day, they got beat 7-3. I mean, certainly for Mir Gaming, they've had, you know, an OT in there. Also, they had a win against DPlus, and then they got beat by SCARZ. I think just the fixtures and the results from Mir Gaming have looked a little bit more appealing than what Kinotrope would have.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's been quite a difference between Stage 1 and Stage 2 here for Mir Gaming. In Stage 1, they failed to get even a single win. They only got 1 point out of an overtime loss. That was actually to Kinotrope in their final play day. On the flip side, I mean, Kinotrope, who made it to playoffs in Stage 1, have really struggled so far. Like you said, they got 7-1 by FEARX on their first play day. They beat PSG, but then lost pretty handily to DPlus. On the flip side, Mir Gaming here, well, they managed to actually beat DPlus quite convincingly. It's just been such a crazy stage here in APAC North, right? I mean, we've just had constant back and forth. Teams like DPlus that we thought were a surefire are beating good teams and losing to bad teams, or, you know, quote unquote bad teams. And where it leaves us is just having pretty much no way to predict what's going to happen. So what about Kinotrope? I mean, this team has been kicking around the mid-pack of Japan and APAC North for quite some time now. There was a moment there where they were actually challenging the top levels of Japan in the Japan League, but since then they've kind of fallen out of favor a little bit. They went a very long time ago to the Copenhagen Major, but since then have really struggled to break in internationally. Mir never going to an international event so far. But Kinotrope, I feel like they really need this win to bounce back after what has been a pretty shoddy start to the stage. This is where it could certainly start to get better for them.
Yeah, it's a big turning point, I think, for both of these teams. Mostly because if you think about the mentality for both of the teams is they know what they're up against. You know, both of these teams are not front runners to be getting into that top 2 position. For example, James, maybe top 6, maybe could sneak in as that top 6. So I certainly think both of the teams will be looking at each other thinking, I can beat you, you know, and this is a good opportunity for us to get points on the boards. So by that logic, if both of them think that, then we should have one heck of a game.
Yeah. Well, hopefully it's a solid one. We've had some very confusing games so far. I'd love to see Kinotrope and Mir really give it all they've got. In Stage 1, it was an 8-7 between the two that Kinotrope just edged out. Players I'm watching out for: Sylvia, of course, on the stats, top fragger, but we've seen a lot of these players have big games before. I mean, Yukiz, for me, he's the kind of guy that he'll go big or he'll go and do nothing. And we can see that, you know, in entry stats, he's getting in a lot of those entry engagements. Him and Yukiz tend to be the front line of this team. Bit confused for Mao. I mean, 0-6. It's been a bit of a struggle so far. I mean, even the KD is looking pretty pitiful. And playing some pretty frag-centric roles as well in terms of the Buck and the Jaeger. On the flip side for Mir, I mean, we've had a few roster changes. The big one for me, the big pickup for Mir Gaming is going to be Rheumatic. Now, Rheumatic has had a few stints on top teams, including PSG Talon, and kind of known to be like this really insane Korean fragger. But historically, you know, the reason that he ended up departing from PSG Talon is they needed more of a team player. So is it going to be a case of Mir Gaming with their firepower and Kinotrope as more of a well-rounded affair? I guess we'll have to find out.
Yeah, he is the player I was also going to mention. Watched him during that first play day because I kind of looked at the Mir Gaming team, and you know, you kind of look at the, you know, the general stats. Looking, you know, obviously prior to that inside of Stage 1, for example, and obviously he was like the top performer, like by a large margin. You know, he was the guy who was, you know, the reason why that team was even able to get points in the last stage. So yeah, I think overall, if you kind of think about, you know, Rheumatic at all, that 1 point that they got was probably down to him.
Yeah, for sure. Now we're going to Chalet Demo. I was a little bit surprised to see that Mir Gaming actually banned out Concert. This is the map that we saw them almost beat CAG on in the opening play day. They pardon me, went to overtime, ended up losing it, and instead, no, they're going to elect to go to Chalet. We've not seen either of these teams play it in this stage, but I got to say, I'm very much welcoming this map. I don't think I've casted much Chalet yet at this stage, and it's one of my favorite maps. It's a map where you can be, it's small enough to be aggressive, but large enough to not be as chaotic as something like Border.
Oh, you have a lot of different options the way you can play it. Like, I think it does play into the chaotic style of Siege because you've got like exterior windows that you can just jump into and be into the map like very, very quickly. You've got 3 sets of staircases, so obviously backstabs is always an issue that the defenders will have to try and counter. And then if you want to play that slow, methodical kind of utility dump, you can do that also. Because there's a lot of opportunities that I always find, James, on this map, that a player can just sit on like the rooftop and just hold an angle onto a window and will just get a kill, like eventually. So you can play multiple playstyles on a map like Chalet. I think it's attacker-sided. That's my personal opinion. Well, depending on the bans, because there are a few bomb sites where if you don't have a certain operator, the bomb site's no good in my eyes. You know, you think about if you don't have like a cage for the basement is just a mess to try and defend. You think about bar, if you don't have like a Mira or an Azami to try and hold the top floor portion in towards library. Yeah, another issue that you have. You know, there goes the Mira, for example. So it does make holding in towards the bar and stock, or bar and game, sorry, a little bit more difficult. But you do get, you know, like I said, basement, caves up, tubs up. You can play that playstyle if you want to as well.
Well, to kick things off here for Kinotrope and Mia Gaming, we're going to Kitchen. Kinotrope starting on the defensive side, and yeah, Tub and Kaid doubling down on that wall denial. Also really love Frost and Castle on this extension upstairs. I mean, a Castle, you can cut off a lot of these external angles like we're seeing from Sylvia. Bathroom window, now piano window. You can go for the double window as well on Master. You could even go for the door here, external balcony door, which indeed he is going to do. Now, this is a less popular one, but I do see it sometimes. Just means that, I mean, typically teams are going to push from there. It just gives you a little bit of a warning, a little bit of an extra layer of defense, something that the attack has to clear before they can start pressuring you from there. But, I mean, between that and the frost mats on the windows, I think it's going to be quite a task for Mia to clear the top floor.
Yeah, it's whenever you look at the kind of lineup, it just plays into time denial, doesn't it? You've got the tub and you've got the cage primarily for the office walls. So yeah, it's just going to be quite a long, drawn-out process that Mir have to try and go up against, but don't have any reach to begin with. So I don't really know what the idea is. I feel for Kitchen, you need some form of breach. May it be to get yourself in, you know, kind of traditionally in through the main breach, but instead it's a west main jump in. Surely there's got to be vertical players. There has to be.
Oh my god, what is going on here? Luca's really being pushed to death, but no, Caillou is going to fall eventually. Carwell does trade out Rimatic after he finds that kill, but the defense is worse for wear. Here comes the vertical angles though. The plant faked out by Luca. Carwell's got the wrong target though. Luca is able to confirm this plant surely. It's a nigh impossible retake for Kinotrope from upstairs. They still are yet to take down these players who have snuck their way in. As I say that, Luca eventually falls.
Oh, holding on to West Main. Your gaming look as though they have this in the bag. In the post plant. Stall it out. You know, you've got visible information on that diffuser. A player inside of short can hear the ticks as they go down. The West Main player again. Still causing issues. They're gaming. All of a sudden, they were just blink and you miss it. James are in the bomb site in deep.
Yeah. I mean, from the get-go, I saw the Glaz and the Blackbeard pick, and I was like, this isn't a rush, is it? And yet it was. Like you said, you got to keep your eye on the West Main. Often held by vertical angles, but Kinotrope, they let their guard down, and Mia Gaming grabbed it. Took the chance that they saw before them. Found the gap and sent it. Fiery start here from the Korean roster. Kinotrope have a long way to go. As they change things up, they go to Bar Gaming up next.
Yeah, it's just Kinotrope. Whenever you're holding in towards that top floor, need to be vigilant on those verts. You know, how you've allowed them just to walk in like that is crazy. Whenever they're making no other noise, you know, the kind of traditional approach where you would take in through library, in through fireplace, start to try and open up the top fireplace walls. If that isn't happening, then you need to be expecting some form of quick play from them. So, Kinotrope need to flick that switch, get themselves locked in. A really good start, though, Premier Gaming, and we'll see where they want to approach, because this is going to be that far. And Game's defense, and I did mention how an operator like Nira is very, very strong in this bomb site, so without that, it does make it just a little bit weaker. Look, he's still got operators like Azami, for example, but I think the Mira is just really good for holding on to the quick site rushes, because obviously that mirror window inside of stock, James, I mean, that is like such a classic mirror window that a lot of teams, you know, somewhat struggle with to a certain degree.
Yeah, no, I agree. Mira's great, keeping things simple. Also really versatile on this map. So many great angles you can fortify using those mirror windows. For one, it's library. Seems to be an across take here from Mia Gaming. Going from Office and Solar, which they take quite quickly, a minute now, and next step is to figure out how they're going to clear these power positions. Sylvia is holding on to this shield with the Warden. I mean, we've got nades from the Blackbeard. That's the main thing that I'm keeping my eye on. But, of course, a lot of crossfires. Kinotrope held. Oh, wow. That's a lot of damage. Even without the mirror window, they can play quite aggressively and keep the Blackbeard at bay.
Early smokes. Kinotrope feeling a little bit of pressure. Being held from double window, but nobody exposing themselves, and the Kinotrope don't need to do that. They don't need to expose themselves. There's no pressure being applied at the moment. It is a bit of a lull period, but there we go. There's the first pick.
Oh, no. Come on, hold your ground, Carwell. No, Luca's got him dead to rights. Pushing up with the Blackbeard. It's a hard fight now for the defense, 3v5, and they've lost control of that top floor.
Just be an easy lockout now, I think, from here. They've got the hatch available to themselves. They can drop the Blackbeard down there if they want to. As long as they can stop the flank from happening, which you can see that Sylvia's thinking about going for it, and he needs to make an approach here.
Oh, nice shot.
Nice shot, though. Takes one kill back, and in comes the flank.
Oh, and the Blackbeard again is just putting so much pressure on Sylvia. He's actually managed to flank back upstairs. Now the Blackbeard has to go deep, but Luca loses the fight. All up to Akayu now, 1v2, 25 seconds to play. One gas babe in pocket as the SMG-11 gets a reload off. Guard and Naps have to time this together, but they fluff it up. Out comes the shotty for Akayu. One shot on the Naps, another one's all he needs, but the Bailiff gets the kill. And Mia Gaming, oh, I mean, it was not elegant, it was not pretty, but it was a win nonetheless. 2-0 to kick off their attacks of Chalet.
Oh, I think they're very lucky, James. They had a good opening because there are a few basic steps being missed almost. I mean, one, allowing the player to walk up blue stairs, that shouldn't be happening. And then almost a very poorly played 1 versus 2. Two players going in just one by one. Almost cost them in the end, and I'm actually surprised that that shotgun blast didn't kill him, you know, the initial one he hit him with, but that's the way it goes. Fear Gaming, 2-0 up, but a very fortunate 2-0. Certainly Kinotrope. I think the first round, definitely, you know, they missed it, you know, not having any players in the vert, holding for those players, going for the quick rush. In that second round, I think just losing players in towards that top floor so early on, without getting anything in return, you know, it just sets them up for, you know, failure right from the rip. So both teams, I think, could be playing better Siege here.
5 seconds left.
Well, it's early days here, and we've seen how much the story can change between the first and second halves, Demo. I mean, let's not forget about that insane skyscraper not long ago. I'm still getting over that. I mean, the most attacker-sided skyscraper I think I've ever seen. And here's something. I get to see the Boss G every day. It's not in comp, and there you go. Yukiz, a beautiful spawn peek onto Luca. A rough start for Mia. Oh, he's going
A bit
again.
of life, though. He needs to be careful because if he impacts that, he could actually hit the fire
This is free.
canister.
There's no one watching. Oh, nice.
There we go. Yeah. See,
Yeah, to use the
that's actually the
impact.
issue with that canister now, James. You can't go for the impact run out because you blow yourself up.
I think if you impact the top left corner of the door, you'll be able to be fine. Is actually there enough space here for the swing to come through behind the shield? Yuki still goes for the run out and finds naps. Wow. Yeah, Mia Gaming are really struggling with just one Vigil running around amok. They got aggressive onto it with the diffuser solo. What is the point here? I think Yuki's might be on for another one.
Oh.
Ticket damage done each direction. Dramatic with the LMG up against the Boss G. I think they're going to go hunting here. The Blackbeard, the Blitz coming on through, but Rheumatic gets him regardless. 3v4, but plenty of the game still to play.
Still got a full health Blitz, which is always a good thing to have. There's a Frost, though, so potential of jumped in windows. I think they're going to be on for him. He wants to go, because that's the player that they need to get in the right position to try and get this push going, but it'll be tough for them. Library, where they're going to enter in from, and in they go, and have got control of top flyer. Now, you will also see, James, that there is already a bit of an opening. That wall, left side of it is soft. I mean, they can't necessarily jump into it, but it is still open. Hearing these players out of the positions, but I just don't think they have the youthful, James. I mean, you look at the player over towards half wall, I mean, how are you getting rid of him? You can't.
Oh, hello.
No way. No.
Turns out you can.
No.
Demo, turns out you can. In goes the Blitz into the default plan spot. Cover has to come through from Matic now. There's no C4 available. But if Carwell times it, he could go for the kill. Sylvia's there, but guess what? The Blitz is holding on and finds another kill. Trade it back. Sylvia and Carwell have to get around this and take down Rheumatic.
Oh.
Sylvia does. Finally around on the board for Kinotrope.
Yeah, Sylvia. Great two-piece. Really good shot there on the Aurora. I mean, a nice try there from Mir Gaming. They didn't have a lot to go off. You know, a 3v4, no real util. And how they've killed that player in the half wall is just absolutely absurd. But just not enough there in the late stage. Honestly, you see that Rheumatic, he was really worried about somebody pushing in through the double door piano. He does know he's Aurora, doesn't he? He could just block it off. Yeah, that's another thing. Like, you're bringing the operator, not using, the equipment for it. That would have helped you out a lot, because you just watch the one angle. You actually maybe could have saved your blitz there, because you're so worried about that potential flank coming in from piano.
Yeah, 100%. Mia Gaming have been a little bit all over the place with these attacks, but Kinotrope, to be fair, they're not helping by running amok. Yukiz on the Vigil last round really set the pace. And I hope to see more of that. I like that we get to see a little bit of the Denari here from Yukiz. I'm still yet to see a really massive impact Denari round. I don't know about you, Demo. I haven't really played much of it either, but I'm just waiting for that aha moment with Denari. I mean, it looks impressive, you can't deny it, but I want to see at a pro level, people really just going giga stocks.
Well, I've played against him, played with him a fair few times, played as him a fair few times. Best way that I see him be used is honestly just like a traditional trap operator, place it on a door frame. Just stop, teams from just walking into a doorway, just similar to any other traps. It is also very good on windows. You can place them at the bottom of windows. I've actually been able to get a kill where I just stack every trip on one window, and if you jump in, you just insta-die. So there is also potential for that, but very rarely you would see it get done at pro play, because all it takes is one spot and then you know exactly where it is. So just typically scattered in and around different areas. Staircase is also really strong for it, especially for basement sites. If you're walking down a staircase, you can place the Denari traps just where the steps are, and as you walk down them, you can't see it and you just get hit, and sometimes it could get a kill. So that's the real way that we see Denari play out. But in terms of the lucrative kind of setups where it's like Mission Impossible, where you have to rappel down in through and try and steal the stuff out of the vault and not hit the wires, we don't see that. It's just it's not feasible at the moment to really find a proper Mission Impossible setup for it.
Maybe one day, if we're so lucky. But
Maybe one day, yeah.
I've seen some impressive setups on door frames, but even then, like a nade tends to just completely nullify it. So
Yeah, you just nade it off, yeah.
we'll see. Bit of a roam game here for Kinotrope. As Mia Gaming continue taking the map. Rheumatic is the tip of the spear, but Naps actually finds the first kill onto Mao. There's some good drone work as Sylvia's been spotted too. Yuki's trying to support. There's a drone up in the rafters inside a master bedroom that Guard is still holding on to, but I don't think Rheumatic knows about Yuki's. And a retake of Bathroom puts the Denari in control of that side of the map. Naps takes a hell of a lot of damage. Yukiz falls on back again as Luca finally takes down Sylvia. Yukiz is all alone. The Blackbeard's coming. Doesn't find the kill. Oh, but spots out Naps behind him. Luca will eventually trade. And as the dust settles, Mia Gaming are ahead.
Yeah, just to remind everyone, this is a big bomb site, by the way. It's not like a top floor and mid floor is what you may be thinking. No, it's just a top floor roam, which, I mean, it has had its benefits, James. It's got some kills. They've been able to waste like the majority of the round as well, but it's still going to be Mir who have the advantage here with the numbers. You know, a 2v3 still with a Blackbeard alive. There are 2 C4s, though, so denial is available for Kinotrope. Maybe time's going to get the better of them. Is there a Goyo? Yes, there is, and it's just only been popped now. I don't know if they have enough time here.
They've got the numbers. They just need to brute force it right now. You can't hesitate. You just have to go deep. The fire will certainly make things difficult. They're going to have to charge in. A nade goes over onto the deployable shield. Carwow takes a bit of damage. They need to keep pushing through the tuber out. Luca cannot sprint while frozen. Has to force that plant down. The cover comes through from the thermite, but a nice C4! And the plant is denied. Kinotrope clutches the rounds.
Yeah, C4 said they still had plenty of denial, and you can see the denial has worked for them. Honestly, James, I think the only way that Blackbeard has been killed, because that's not an easy C4. You know, that's a C4 that you really have to be pinpoint accurate if it's going to get the kill onto the player going for the plant. I genuinely believe that's happened because of the HP. Look at the HP in the Blackbeard. Just a little bit of a scrape would be enough.
Yeah.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Yeah, wow. Another crazy round here between these teams. Kinotrope really should not have won that, but like you said, the time is the enemy of Mia Gaming, and when all it takes is one C4 to clutch a 1 versus 3, and that's all she wrote. Big moves from Kinotrope. As we've just got 2 rounds left in the half for Mia Gaming to muster up a few more attacks. Kinotrope are bringing out all the stops here. We've seen Denari, we've seen Vigil, and now Yukiz on the Skopos as our Greek operator takes an appearance. Yukiz really loves to go for those cheeky operators. I'd say that's something that all those have in common, right? You know, Vigil, Skopos. It's kind of player that you'd also expect to bring like an Oryx or something like that. What's he cooking with the Skopos this round?
You're dealing with a bar, and certainly whenever you think about the kind of bedroom side of things, it does give you options for flanks, especially up solar. Now, obviously, as the Skopos, you have that ability just to TP back at any moment if you feel a little bit threatened. You know, it's the only operator. Well, maybe besides Doc, where you almost got like a second life, because Doc's kind of the same. You can go down to 1 HP and then back you go. But really, you know, Skopos is the true, you know, 2-life operator in that context, where you can just TP back and get full HP on your other shell. And well, speaking of the Skopos, he is in hot water right now, and is he able to get across? How does he get across big window? Oh, I'll tell you why. Somebody ran out on him.
Some things don't change. Kinotrope continue their aggression. Rheumatic is down. And nade comes out to clear out the inactive shell of the Skopos. Is successful. Carwell still holds onto his position after finding that kill. Continues to tear things up with the TCSG. Don't always see the striker bring that slug shotty, but it's serving Carwell well.
Oh, not a good start for Mir Gaming. Still got this Blackbeard, though, which has been a very valuable asset for them, but against the numbers in a 3v5, even though one of them is about 1 HP or so on his last leg still. Operator that you have to deal with being that Goyo.
Yeah, Kino have really
for Kinotrope
here. They just have to make sure not to let any kills go untraded.
It's whenever you're in this scenario in the 3v5, you need to try and make a play, but if you're making a play, do it together at least.
If I'm Kinotrope, I'm happy to give up ground here as long as I survive. There's one player left upstairs. But guess what? The Blackbeard is here for it. Sylvia tries to find something and does get a kill on his exit. And that is well worthwhile. Guard trades, but that's a 2v4 that Mia are going to have to figure out how to handle.
Oh, 2v4 now. They'd play together. That was a mishap. At least should have been a clean kill to at least give them that 3v4, but they're still in that same position with a 2-man deficit. We have a player all the way in the basement as well, James, who could just flank up any of the staircases where he chooses to, and getting smoked out, getting fired out. The plagues are being unloaded here from the defense, and just the attackers have got nothing going for them.
I mean, Luca has got to have a big impact. Guard goes deep, but loses the fight onto Secret. And now in the muck, Luca has to try and prevent the flank, but I mean, there's players all around him. Kinotrope collapse. And Mia Gaming could not convert after that 3v5 deficit. They couldn't get back into it. Kinotrope have overtaken them now. One more round and a half for Mia to even it up.
Kinotrope. That's 3 rounds in a row, I think, James, isn't it? So they've certainly got the momentum on their side.
Yeah, quite a sweep.
It's good for them. Here, Gaming, I mean, just losing the bodies in that early portion, you know, to again, pretty common stuff. You've got a player in big window and he's getting ran out on from, you know, on trench door. Again, such a common thing that we see time and time again. So little things like that, they're just not checking. You know, they're playing really kind of off the cuff kind of siege, and is that kind of playstyle. If it doesn't work, it can go from bad to worse really quickly. Kinotrope over towards their bedroom side of things now. They did win it here the last time, don't forget. It was a round where the 3v4 and the diffuser was planted, but still the retake was good enough for Kinotrope to make that a round win for themselves. Now, what's going to be the option here for Mir Gaming? Still with that Blackbeard, I mean, that has just been the overwhelming presence this entire half, James. It's just been how they've been using that shield to take steady ground, but a lot of the time just haven't been getting the kills to follow up with it.
The Blackbeard sometimes looks good and sometimes it doesn't. Drone work onto the Vigil is a bit of a fickle affair. At least Luca survives thanks to being that Blackbeard. Wasn't able to be spawn peeked as the shield was up. Miyukiz is going to keep on running around. He doesn't need to find kills, he just needs to keep slowing things down, running around, disrupting the information game, poking and prodding at any potential weaknesses.
Steady. Moment. Kills yet, but again, rounds towards library is there.
Oh, damn.
Oh, long angle. I mean, this is like such a classic Brazilian Shields, aggressive as it comes, James.
Yeah, that's why you want the DMR for a long angle like that, especially these days when there's not many ACOGs on defense. Yukiz gets caught out elsewhere, though, and that does bring some tensions back into the Kinotrope defense. Nitro Cell could be big here for Akayu, just waiting for someone to peek, spray his position. If it kills Luca on the Blackbeard, that would be massive. Out it goes, but it's too late. And Luca continues to rain down terror with that Blackbeard. Akayu needs to take him on down. The critical thing here for Mir is to slowly make progress and retain that numbers advantage, retain that Blackbeard.
Pretty sure they just walked in the plant. Yeah, the half of the guy's gone, James, and there's no denial whatsoever from the defense. So this should be a 3 rounds here for Mir.
Yeah.
To try and get the diffuser in the right hands. Yep.
But they're slowing down, they're not over-aggressing, which I think is a good move. They're baiting, they're waiting. Carwell finished off by the fire from the Capitao. It's all up to Mao here with the DMR, but he's not going to be long for this world. And Mir Gaming tie up the scoreline, moving into the second half.
Great job. At least they get the even split anyway. Things were looking pretty poor there for a moment for Mir Gaming, but at least they have stabilized. Now, Mir Gaming onto the defense is where they go, and I mean, Mere Gaming, the way I've kind of seen them play Season the Defense, James, is they're not afraid for a fight. I think that's the best way to put it. If there's a window open, someone's head will be stuck through it. That's the way I kind of see them playing ranked these days.
Yeah. Yeah, that's how it tends to be sometimes. Almere on their own defense, what are they going to cook up? They're going to ban out the Monty. I think that's a good move, Kinotrope. They do like that Monty. Carwow is a bit of a menace. The Caillou likes it as well. What are we going to see for the second one? Is it going to be a double shield? Ooh. There is a second shield banned out demo, but it's actually on the defense.
You're right, James. Well done. Double shields. Not necessarily the shield that you were expecting, but still, the clash goes out. Has left a few operators up. We obviously have the Mirror intact, so that's an operator that you would expect to see on our bar defenses. Certainly the Glaz is like just such a weird ban. I mean, when do you ever see Glaz get banned out? I mean, he's just a guy with a gun at the end of the day. It's nothing too crazy. His gadget is a scope, and we've banned it. You gotta be kidding me.
I'm not sure you're aware, Demo, but the Glaz can actually see through smokes with that scope. Is that
No. I still see Glaz as year one, season one Glaz. Just straight up ACOG. That was the guy's gadget was an ACOG.
On quite a pitiful weapon to begin with as well.
Oh dear, that's crazy when you think about it back in the day.
Yeah, good times. No, I mean, Kinotrope, they're a team that is. They innovated on Glaz way back in the day. I think it was about 2 years ago. They were the first team that I saw do the thing where you throw the smoke onto the wall, the smoke detonates on a reinforced wall, and then Maverick opens up a hole, and Glaz is already ready, peeking through it. They found quite a few gnarly shots with that. It was very impressive, and they've loved the Glaz before and since. So good ban from Mia.
Look at the operators, kind of the way that they're scattered around the map. Like I said, the Mere Gaming, they're not afraid of a gunfight. 2 players roaming in towards that mid-floor kitchen and dining is where Matic and also Luke is going to be situated. We'll be playing in towards that mid-floor, maybe for a bit of denial if they can. I don't know if we've got any vert holes opened up to allow those players to play the reverse angles. Actually do, they've got some holes over towards big window, so maybe if Luca gets a call that, yes, there's somebody repelling, and try and look up the reverse angles and find that pick. So, Alan needs to be careful of that. They just be more concerned that the roamers are going to get pushed out, because that Doku call goes off, and you almost kind of go into a panic mode where, oh, they may be coming for us, but no. All quiet at the moment.
Yeah, but Akai is actually in the site, so it's not so quiet when it comes to the execute here for Kinotrope. They're going deep. Mere Gaming's roamers have to come back to site and have an impact. Akayu gets off the plant to confirm the kill onto Rheumatic. It's a good move. As Mere are struggling to hold their ground. And the Dokkaebi call is going to disrupt the Skopos as well. Guard and Mere trying to fight on back. Now it's a retake. Akayu has confirmed it. The upside down rappel from outside the window. It's going to be impossible now for Guard. They know exactly where he is. A consolation pick, but Kinotrope lock out their first round of attack in a very convincing fashion.
Yeah, they just kind of looked down and said, guys, they've got 2 people below. We know who the 2 operators are. They don't have any C4s. We can just walk in and go for a plant, and that's exactly what they did. So it's all well and good having the players downstairs that obviously try and contest and maybe look for flanks upstairs at the later stage. I think if you're dealing with a solar take, you need to get more aggressive in that. I just think that they played a little bit too passive, those players downstairs. Realistically, if they're, are players inside of kitchen and dining, how on earth are players swinging in through solar stairs? That's what I want to know. Because surely solar is like a big no-no if there's players downstairs, and that, again, wasn't really dealt with by the attackers, but then the defenders just really do enough. So, and it's a very weird game. Very weird game of, will they, won't they, should they? It's, boggles the mind, James.
It happens. I mean, these teams both have been a little bit all over the place this year. Mere Gaming in particular struggled in Stage 1. They've had a good start to Stage 2, as we've discussed. Kinotrope quite the opposite, but compared to a game where we're talking about teams like CAG or FEARX or even DPlus, you know, you expect these teams to maybe struggle a little bit more, to doubt themselves, to look a little bit rougher around the edges. And you know, in some ways we've seen that. In other ways we've seen players embrace the chaos, like Nuke is on that defensive side, running Vigil, running Scopos.
We'll be switching up our bomb site over towards our bar games, and mention about the Mira, but bro, I won't have to deal with that. Very fortunate for themselves. Mira Gaming not opting to go for that strong operator who we know can hold in towards that stock room and also place the other Mira window. You can have two if you want to. You can look one in towards blue or have one looking in towards library. Instead, they're going to go for quite a heavy extension. I mean, opening up that wall and playing in towards this half wall position is risky. Big overstep, and it's something that isn't all too common, but so Mirror Gaming are going to try and stick it as best as they can, but I think they know the guard's there, and goes the util dump. Flashbang will go in, and there's the pinch. Great work again from Kinotrope. I mean, they're assessing the positions that Mirror Gaming want to play in and just firing the util. I mean, James, this is something you talked about, you know, you can play as many different playstyles as you want, as long as it works.
Yeah, 100%. I like it. We still have one more nade remaining, and there's one more shield remaining at the top of the mezzanine. Near the big pillar, that's the target that they need to focus up on. Of course, when they end up executing, they're going to have to worry about these nitro cells, but Rheumatic, he falls. That's one of the nitro cells gone from Mira. Now what do the rest of Kinotrope do? In the 5v3, they just slow things down. Seems to be the answer. The Gridlock's tracks come out, and Mia continues to just wait. Naps gets aggressive. Now, this could pay off, but if it's a one-for-one trade, which it is, it's not going to bode well for them. KUP is the last one standing here for Mia, and they're just waiting for the moment where they can put the final nail in the coffin. Kinotrope need to edge ahead, and Sylvia, he will do just that. With the site ripped away from him, he had to run away from the site, and Mir, well, they fell. And now they're trailing by 2 rounds. Kinotrope on the verge of building up the momentum needed to finish them off.
Great stuff again from Kinotrope. I think they're controlling the tempo very well. They understand how they want to attack. Everyone is buying into that. Whenever they're doing things, they're doing it together. Utility is on point. Everything is going as planned. Mirror Gaming. Defenses are not looking good for them. It just feels as though they don't have a great sense of direction of how they want to play these defenses. Certainly, I think kills are an issue. I mean, you've got one player in 10 and 5, James, and then rest in 4 and 8, 4 and 7, 3 and 6, 5 and 5. No, they in the kill department, especially on a map like Chalet, where it is probably one of those more maps that you look at and think, you know, kills become, you know, quite a big factor. Compared to, you know, more of the traditional kind of hard-bridge maps. I think you're playing here, everyone needs to be able to shine some point. So, yeah, need to try and step up. So, Kinotrope, happy enough to keep things moving. The defense that has been chosen after their timeout is going to be their kitchen and dining. And they've also brought in the Cade and the Tub, so they've got that double wall denial.
I love that for Mia, but you know what I love even more is that we're seeing the Maestro make an appearance here. An operator that we don't get to see a lot of, and, you know, scarily, we've seen a little bit of Brava picked so far. Brava's a very good pick on Chalet. If Kinotrope managed to spot out the util that's been brought between the Valkyrie and that Maestro, I'd 100% be locking in Brava now. It looks like they've clued in what the bomb site choice is and instead deciding to go for Fuse, which can also rain vertical terror down on the bomb site and clear a lot of those Evil Eyes out. Yeah, but I think this could be a good pick here for Mia. And the primary counter has not been picked. No Brava. The IQ and the Dope will be present, however.
Yeah, and also a good job at just hiding that Maestro, because particularly whenever that Maestro comes in, straight away Brava comes in. You know, it's just the perfect counter. I mean, there is still a Fuse on the board, though, James, so there is potential, though, for those Maestro cameras to still be taken out if they were able to get in upstairs, so If they go for the full top-down clear, then yeah, using the fuse, using the sledge, that will help them out quite a bit. But again, you need to get to that position before that happens, and we know taking that top floor, whenever you're dealing with a Cade and a Tub combination upstairs on that office breach, will make things pretty difficult. We've actually got no EMPs as well, James. I've got nothing to get rid of any of the electrification, so that wall, I believe, will be remaining shut for the remainder of this round. Just don't see it happening.
I mean, the thing... Oh, hold on a second. Carval's going for something a little bit cheeky here. Exothermic charge on the floor. The radius of which will create a hole that can be shot but not entered through.
Yeah.
Little feet holes.
It's okay.
That's
okay. Because
it's not amazing.
All you need is that wall just to be opened a fraction to stop players playing inside of office to stop using the verts. And he's done that.
The problem is, there's still a lot of safe places to play inside of office despite those holes if you're behind the half wall. However, Cube is also struggling as he falls back, taking a lot of damage. Nitro goes out, doesn't find the kill. Meanwhile, Naps has fallen. Rheumatic trying to hold on upstairs as Luca dies as well. What can Mir have to show for all of this aggression on the top floor? Kinotrope are continuing to tighten their grip on the top floor as Coop is dancing around, finds one kill. Almost a shot onto Now as well, but the revolver does not serve him well, and he falls. Guard now has to live up to the name. 1v4 as he sits onto the bomb site, and the cluster charges ring true. 45 seconds for him to try and muster up the courage to clutch on Maestro.
Still got a bit of info. There's a Valkyrie camera inside of bedroom that you can try and play off. And look, there are two players who are pretty low HP. So there is potential here, but and all it takes is look away at the wrong moment, and now they know exactly where he is. And yeah, there's a backstab coming up West Main. Out of nowhere, the sledge appears and shoots him right in the back. He was not expecting that. Kinotrope on these attacks. Looking dangerous every single round, James. It has been strong from them. They have just controlled all of these rounds, and just Mir don't know where to go. They've used their timeout. It didn't work. Wow, Mir Gaming need to dig deep and find 3 defenses in a row, which just at the moment just seems unlikely.
Yeah, Mir Gaming have really had the wind sucked out of their sails. Kinotrope, they've exuded patience. They've had conviction. They haven't been slowed down by util like the Kaid. You know, we talked about, oh no, there's an Electroclaw. We have no EMPs. We have no way to clear it. So what do? A lot of teams would stall out. No, they said, okay, we're going to open up an angle from below, and then we're going to focus up. Play from our repels. As soon as we find picks, we double down. We pinch together, and we pinch well. And that is how Kinotrope have got themselves in this 6-3. Now attacking onto the basement bomb site. This is a very challenging affair for Mir Gaming. They might have a Mira, they might have the Goyo, some great operators for anchoring on the site, but as we know, Demo, if you lose control of the map on the basement bomb site, the round is forfeit. Almost all of, about half of the wine cellar and a lot of Snowmobile is vulnerable to the vertical game. Once you lose control of lobby and the buck gets to work, the ram comes out, that's when things get really rough for the defense on site.
Yeah, again, it's a bomb site where you have that blind spot plant, isn't it? If you get yourself in through trench and just plant in one of the barrels, and typically pretty safe, and there isn't a whole lot that the defenders can do against that, especially if the long angle get opened up in towards Snowmobile, or not Snowmobile, in towards Big Garage. You have that just that long cutoff point that splits the bomb site in two. You can look directly in towards Connector too. So yeah, just a lot of things that play in favor of the attackers here in towards this basement. So we'll see how the approach wants to come in from Kinotrope. It looks to be that they will be clearing from the top down, probably because their early drone work has netted them quite a bit of info that there are roamers in around this top floor. You've got 2 players. Got Guard and also Dramatic, and in they go, trying to hunt, using the ram actually as a quick breaching option here, James, but can he net the kills off the back of this Dokkaebi call?
I think the Dokkaebi call is going to help a lot, but the drop down the hatch, and Guard finding a kill, Sylvia being finished off. Maybe this game still has legs to it, Demo. Mir Gaming winning the roam for now. Not easy to come back from a 3v5.
Try and find something. Still a player over towards West Main as well.
This is how they lose it.
Try and deal with. Don't keep taking it. Go back to site.
This is how they lose it.
Stay up here. Just sit in your hands. You've done the hard work. You've got a smoke. You've got a Goyo. You've got a C4. Can't lose this. Surely they can't lose this, James.
Well, the Ram is still alive. Only one boogie drone remaining. I'm not sure if there's one that was on the top floor and hadn't detonated yet that they could pick up again. But, I mean, between that and the sledge, you do have vertical potential to make things difficult on site. You do have the thermite as well to get a breach on Snowmobile, perhaps on Wine Cellar as well if you're lucky. There's no wall denial. This is very winnable. All it takes is one pick.
Here we go. 45 seconds left. The Ram is just beginning descent on the verts. Will shift some of the players around the bomb site. See a lot of them, James, are stacked in towards blue, of course.
Yeah.
It's a safe position. One guy in connector who could be killed from the vert, but that isn't opened up, then he is safe at the moment.
Yeah, that's the problem. We needed the sledge over here as well to open up vert on the connector. It's the safest position, but never mind. The exothermic charge detonates straight down for Yukiz. He finds his kill, but it's not over yet for Kinotrope. 2v3 becomes a 2v2 as Akayu. His gun comes to life. Yukiz needs more. Akayu needs to get into position and look for a plant, but how is it possible? You can't plant in connector. He has to force it down. The cover's got to come through, but Mere Gaming will deny the plant. They will stay alive on Chalet.
Oh, just about time. Being that almost that sixth man for Mere Gaming. And the Goyo worked well. Stopped them from pushing down in towards Snowmobile and getting tucked in towards that default plant position beside the filing cabinet. I mean, the connector hatch did net them a few kills and got them away in, but just the Ram couldn't cover every angle, and Legion takes that swing, an easy one for him. Mere Gaming still in it, but that is the basement locked out now. They have to go to bomb sites that they have yet to win at, James. This is a worry for them. They head now in towards their bedroom, and last time we were here, I mean, went for a kind of weird hold in towards the mid floor, and then they just allowed Kinotrope to walk in towards Solar and then walk into bedroom and just go for a simple plant. Certainly for Mere Gaming, they need to be a little bit more aggressive almost, I feel, on this top floor. You cannot allow attackers to set up and just execute. You know, it's one of the biggest issues that I see with Chalet. You know, I think of a team like VP, for example, someone who can play Chalet to a very high degree, who's a great utility focused team where they can execute extremely well. You think about Solar Stairs, the way that they use their nades and the Grims and just everything that goes into that to clear away util. You have to aggress onto teams like that. You cannot allow them to have that free range of being able to go 3-2-1 execute. You need to try and throw a spanner in the works.
So what's the execute here for Kinotrope? It's going to be a rush in for Akayu, in from trophy window. Where is he eventually going to make his way? Upstairs is the bomb site in Master, and there's a brawl going on down below. Kawao getting to work on the vert.
As guy okay? He seems to be very fifth dimension about this setup in the mirror.
It's fascinating, isn't
I don't know,
seeing what's going on in the closet right now.
I think, obviously that mirror window, it's going to be great just for holding on to that solar, which was the big issue that they had, was holding on to the solar side of things. I mean, the shield is up, and Sky is alive. Good to see. Good to know.
It's Nuttery on the obs today, I believe.
Oh, is it Nuttery now, is it? I thought it was Sky.
He did the first half.
Was there a switch?
Yeah, there was a little switch.
Oh, I see.
A little switcheroo halfway through. Oh, here we go. This is the opportunity now for QP, but no, he falls. Attempted flank to try and retake the vertical game. And Carwell springs into action. Oh, look at this run out from Naps. Not going to find anything. All that's going to do is give information to Kinotrope to show how vacant the bomb site is. They need to get on these repels, Demo. That's where the real power is.
Yeah.
You can have
Yeah.
a buck below, but it doesn't matter unless you actually have a hammer. The buck has to be the anvil. You need someone pushing them into the buck.
Yeah, you need a big window player, don't you? Yeah, I mean, you've got that extra man, so get him rotated somewhere, and the jump out happened. The Claymore gets a kill. Cow of another. A 2v5. I mean, James, surely this is the coffin shutting on Mere Gaming now. A 2v5. Plant goes down. Shield just being a nuisance as always.
Oh.
And yeah, looks like it's going to be Sylvia with one. And there's the final kill. Flawless as well to finish it off for Kinotrope. I mean, very well deserved, James. Those attacks were brilliant from start to finish.
That they were. It was a tense game, and at the start of it, it looked like Mere continued their form of their previous playdays, but no, a much-needed win here for Kinotrope. Spring into action on the attacking side, especially in that final round, Demo. You could tell that they were seriously cooking. They set their sights on an execute using that Monty and that buck, and it worked to perfection. A bit of a anticlimactic end to what ended up being quite a long game of Siege, Demo, but Kino get it across the line.
Yeah, they did. Got there. All 3 points as well. See them start to climb up the standings, but for Mere Game, that's a big hit because, and you would have said, against the team which is also down at the bottom along with yourselves, you know, these are games that you need to win, you need to step up, and now it puts Mere Gaming in quite the position because you kind of look at it and think, where is their win going to come from?
I mean, obviously, a lot of people will look at the Interforce game and perhaps give Mere a little bit of hope in that, but you know, next play day for Mere Gaming, they're going up against B&K FEARX. That's going to be a massive challenge for them. Following that, they've got Interforce, perhaps a winnable game, but not if Interforce play like they did today. And then their final matches against PSG. With how competitive this region has been, APAC North, and only the top 6 making it to the APAC North playoffs, I don't know if they're going to have what it takes to make it into the top 6.
Oh, it's going to be quite a long journey here for Mere Gaming, an uphill one at that, but let's hope that they can try and work on things. And yeah, you never know. We've seen upsets, James. Who knows? Mere Gaming could go out next time and beat FEARX. And again, we're sitting there thinking, well, where do we go now? You know, just endless railways that we're going down. We don't know where they lead.
Yeah, stranger things have happened. It's been a huge shakeup in APAC North coming into Stage 2. If you watched Stage 1 and you had expectations, just set them aside and pan out. Oh, look at how things have panned out so far. Today in particular, FEARX did get their win over SCARZ, though that was a very close game, Demo. And then a pretty significant attempt from Interforce, of course, almost beating DPlus, who are looking a shadow of their Stage 1 form. And then the big upset of the day, PSG taking down the undefeated and now very much defeated CAG, Osaka, and then obviously to round it out, Kinotrope taking down Mere Gaming. Probably the most expected result of the games.
Yeah, I think overall it's been a close affair. Certainly the middle 2 games, but really good Siege. You know, I thought Interforce today looked great. Obviously, that PSG and Kai, what a weird skyscraper to see. And then, yeah, Kinotrope, really good Siege there on the attacks. You know, their chalet looked pretty clean. So, overall, not a bad day. Not a bad day at the office.
Yeah, absolutely. And how the league is shaping up so far is as thus. CAG, look, they do still stand on the very top despite losing today. Of course, they are still just barely ahead of their competition. On 9 points, FEARX, they're just winning by round difference. FEARX have that outright loss, but 3 outright wins. And then as we continue looking down the standings, I think there aren't too many crazy surprises. Demo, DPlus, and FEARX. A lot of people expected them to be the top 2. Kinotrope, PSG, SCARZ, that's kind of considered to be the middle pack here in APAC North, Mere and Interforce. Look, credit to them. They've actually not been doing too bad, and if they continue their form, they might actually be able to take the fight to the mid pack.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's 3 points that separates 4th place from 8th. So all it means is just if Interforce win next week, then they could get right back into the race again. It's so close at the moment, and nobody is really running away with it. You know, even if you look at 4th place, the first, again, 3 points is in it. It is so tight. And it's good to see, you know, APAC North, sometimes you can see a bit of a runaway where it's just one team being so dominant, but it's good to see we've got a change.
Very much so. APAC North is all over the place this stage. Whatever expectations you had in the first stage have very much blown out here. But of course, that's us done for the night, but not APL done for the evening demo. We have Dez and Ace coming on to bring you guys the Asia League coming up next, so stick around for even more Siege.
涙の色はエメラルドブルー宝石みたいに光ってる流れ星を見上げていたあの夜もよく敵対してのバカみたい今はまた涙の色はエメラルドブルー宝石みたいに光ってる何もかもを捨てたかった憂鬱なあの日々も騒ぎ始めた胸の中の答えを探すたびに出よう流れ星追い越してくスピードで冴えないメロディー夢が枯葉のように宙に徘徊セオリー私なんだったっけ見えなくて鳴るザトのクラクションだって慣れてきたけれどあの日の約束はかき消せないのパノラマの空覗いてみる夢の続きを描いてくどんな時も忘れないで私の色を塗って君が残したエメラルドブルーこんなに綺麗だ
I'm OMW. OMW. On my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW.